Good morning, hello, and welcome to CMO Summit CEE. My name is Marta Macke, and I'm a founder and CEO of Shortlist Consulting, a founder and organizer of initiative for marketing top managers, CMOs, CMO Summit, CMO Summit CEE, and CMO Awards. I'm also an author and host of the video podcast Reklamiara, where I introduce the experts in marketing and communication marketing industry. But today we have met to talk about better standards that equal better business and better future, because we strongly believe that the better standards we as marketers put in front of us and our teams, the better business we can achieve and the better future we, our brands and our environment can have. This is the third edition of CMO Summit CEE, but already 9th edition of CMO Summit as the event for CMOs. I'm very happy to see that we have registrations and connections from across Europe. So we have connections from Czech Republic, Croatia, Ireland, Italy, Germany, Spain, Lithuania, Bulgaria, Romania, and Poland. So welcome to all of you and welcome to all of those who will connect later. Today we will have an agenda full of very insightful, interesting presentations and panel discussions. And a very warm thank you to all our partners who will be on the stage today. So thank you very much to Aleph, formerly known as HTT Pool, who's been on the stage many times before. We will also welcome on the stage Polish Federation of Advertisers, and we'll have a very interesting panel discussion with members of the board of Polish Federation of Advertisers. We'll also have a very insightful and full of standards presentation or discussion prepared by Polish Association of Advertising Producers. Also, thank you so much to Allegro Brand Experience, the agency who is with us for many years and is helping us to deliver this event every time. And last but not least, to Stream Space Studio, who is hosting us today and who is hosting also my video podcast Reklamiara. And thank you at the end to Shortlist Consulting, my company. So as I said, the agenda is full for today, so we'll start shortly. We'll have a short break, short coffee break. But since we are online, you can have your coffee all the time. And please remember that even if you have some important meetings that you have to attend, we will send you the recording from this conference afterwards, so you can watch all the presentations, all the discussion panels, and you can also come back to them and you can share them with your marketing teams. So having said that, I think we can start the CMO Summit CEE 2023. And now I would like to welcome on the stage our first speakers with the presentation Enhancing Brand Experience in 2024 and Beyond. So let me welcome two heads of creative group head of StreamSpace, the studio that is hosting us today during CMO Summit CEE, and creative director of Allegro Brand Experience Agency, the agency that is helping us to make these events so great. Katarzyna Piwowar and Michał Korejba.
Hello.
I know
Hello,
that you have prepared a very interesting presentation for our viewers.
Yes, we did.
I know you did, because you always do. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I think the stage is ours.
Stage is ours. We've prepared some amazing events, some amazing inspirations for you, our beloved viewers. And first of them is Cupra Impulse Day. We try to find the best solutions and event solutions and inspiring technological solutions throughout all the market in Europe and in the world. And we try to prepare to show you some of the best of the best. This is the first one, Cupra Impulse Day, which is an amazing event held in Portugal that is really bold, inspiring, and have some great inspirations hidden inside of it. First, I think, Kasia, that they built a venue out of nowhere, in the middle of nowhere.
That's pretty amazing thing. And a great, let's say, a great idea for us as well. If you cannot find the perfect venue for your event, just build it yourself.
Build it yourself, yeah. That's what
clients
they did.
would be, totally amazed and happy until they see the invoice, probably.
Yeah, but this event is something really brilliant in terms of event preparation. It has many layers, and many of them are like they built a venue for the conference. They built a venue for chill out and networking. They made this pit lane that you can see in our presentation like a big screen for mapping, multimedia mapping. That was like a presentation of the cars, of the new Gamma of Cupra, and everything in the middle of nowhere. They adapted, they took this place and made it shine. They even made some VR activations inside of this venue with like 600 VR headsets.
Yeah, well, it's pretty amazing. And, I read that before even seeing the new car models, people were able to take it on a test ride, using their VR goggles. So it's really amazing that they were playing with all the senses. So it was like a really immersive event, I would say.
Immersive event, and one of the examples of how to be inspired by the product, which the car is actually, and elevate it to the next level.
Cool.
So, shall we jump to the next one? Yeah,
I think
of course.
So.
Yeah, what's that?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Your inspiration.
Yeah,
tell me more.
Well, it's showtime.
Yeah.
And that's exactly it. That's a Showtime European launch event. And, when I think of a launch event, I think that it should be like something really special, something really official, with people wearing suits or smokings and saying very, official and serious things about their company, about, the way to success and so on. And as you can see, well, it doesn't work like that here at all. Because, well, as the brand itself is very, as a lifestyle brand, it's very casual, because it's always a streaming platform. So, watching movies or watching series is not a very, let's say, sublime type of entertainment, right? So the creators of the event, they didn't build like a huge, wall between the audience and the speakers that were on the stage. They were actually, there was some interaction between them. There was a lot of laughter, and actually, that official part was actually a talk show event, a very lifestyle and, well, let's say a funny one, where CMO concentrated on the storytelling. And the first things he actually says about his brand is that Sky Showtime is all about storytelling, and I think that this event is all about storytelling as well, because besides the main stage, guests could move around the venue, which is like old industrial venue, and somewhere in Netherlands. They could see immersive activities hidden there somewhere, in different spots all over the place, just to see and to experience different Sky Showtime productions. So I think it's great. And another thing, I think the branding, it's quite.
Yeah, I think the branding
nice.
played a huge role here, and the stage design built around the Sky Showtime logotype that was really powerful and immersive, looking all over the place with these amazing animations and all these zones that you expressed before. Really cool. And that's an example of a great brand experience built around many products that Sky Showtime have for their viewers.
Yeah, exactly.
So let us jump to the next one. No, that was. This is the next one. The next one is called Nature Gallery. We picked that simultaneously. Right?
Yeah, because
the beautiful project in the middle of nowhere, like
somewhere in Lithuania, right?
In Lithuania, yes. They built like a building that's called Nature Gallery. It has just one room, but it's rotating, has only one window, looking at the beautiful nature around the people, on the lake, on the forest. Yeah, you can really like have those emotions so close to the nature. And of course, right there on the spot, many inspirations, workshops, networking, people joined together around this activity.
Well, once again, we are actually experiencing the whole environment with all our senses, which is really great because that's what contact with nature is all about.
Yes.
With activating your senses. And it's, another thing is really amazing because, I wouldn't say that I'm an eco-terrorist, but I'm really into ESG subject, and I do care about, really ecological or sustainable events. And this one, it has absolutely no tracks of being a greenwashing event, And when I first saw who was it produced for,
the oil company.
The oil company. I was like, oh yeah, great idea. So you polluted the whole world probably, and the only thing you do to take care of the stuff that you did is to build a hut in the middle of the forest. Okay, well done. But then, good insight is, I think, very important in what we do. So I checked that Nestlé is actually all about changing their business completely. They started a whole journey towards more ecological products. They call it circular and renewable solutions. So they are not part of this, dirty petroleum industry, actually. So that's why, the context of the event is very important. And in this case, everything works perfectly.
Yeah, I'm imagining, should we call it an event or event venue, actually, right? Because there are many things that can be done there for many people. Beautiful project, totally non-standard one. Let us jump to the next, and it's called Phantasmagoric Night.
Actually,
tell me more.
Phantasmagoric Night DOS. Okay. Because it was made for Fanta company in Spain. So I love Spanish people taking this, Spanglish. Phantasmagoric Night. So it's not as beautiful as Nature Gallery, but it also has its values. It's actually an online event that was streamed on Twitch. So the platform choice is quite interesting because this event was meant to be created for Gen Z representatives. And that's one of their favorite platforms, so that's why it appeared there. As to the event itself, of course, as you can see, it was related to the holiday, Halloween. What is this all about? So 7 very popular, young popular influencers were kidnapped. And all of a sudden appeared in a haunted mansion created by Fanta. And one of them was like their leader, was telling them what to do, what not to do, where to go. And the others, their task was to get out of the house and solve a criminal mystery. But the good thing is, people were not just viewers, they were public, and they had influence.
They had an influence on what's happening inside the house.
Yeah, it was an interactive story, so that's why it actually gathered a huge amount of viewers that wanted to participate in this event. That was one great thing. And the second thing that I think is worth mentioning is the cooperation with influencers. Because normally, well, not all of them, they are very flexible. They just appear in a party, they take a photo or two, they publish it on social media, and that's it. And in this case, we're actually, playing with them. They were showing their real emotions, no filters, no Instagram filters. They were not perfect, they were real. And that's what really matters. And I think that it's also something that connects this event to the ideas that representatives of Gen Z truly believe in the authenticity of the world. So, yeah, that was...
So people watching people hidden and influencers doing things, doing this and that.
But being natural and being authentic, that's the most important part of it.
Yeah, this project is... sorry, I have to... I want to skip this part.
Cool.
I think the movie is playing. It's not?
Not sure.
No.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Short pause, sorry.
Yeah.
This one is a beautiful project for Bombay Sapphire, which is called Sensory Auction. This is like when you are on an auction, you have to pay with the money, right? So the creative agency that created that project decided to go for not paying by the money, but by the real people's emotions. And first of all, they created this crazy funky thing that's called a piece of art that was made out of inspirations gathered around the Bombay Sapphire itself, its ingredients and what it's made of and how everything smells and looks and, of course, artistic point of view. Actually, it happened. It became a piece of art, and then they decided to sell it on an auction. And on this auction, people that were invited there, they were supposed to see the piece of art on their own eyes and then react. And with this crazy piece of machinery that people had on their head, like the headset that reads their emotions, reads their brain waves.
And waves, yeah, something like that. It's super complicated.
Yes, this was transposed by the computer to final effect that was final, like a bid, the bid in this auction. So the person that had the most, the biggest emotional reaction took the prize, took the actual piece of art. Sounds really so simple, but at the same time, it's sci-fi.
It's totally sci-fi.
Really cool project.
Yeah, I mean, the device itself is absolutely crazy. And, that connection between art and the whole experience, the brands and the technology is absolutely astonishing. I mean, for the participants, it had to be something very, very unique, that you can actually win an auction without money, just, your vulnerability, your emotional state is something that makes you the winner. It's really amazing.
Would you be like real when wearing this headset? Like they show you this thing? And
yeah, well...
I think it would be hard to react the real way.
Yeah, be natural. Or, for example, if you really want to win that piece, that art piece, would you, I don't know, jump out of the seat or start screaming or clapping?
Or maybe remember the big thing, that something happened in your life to have the bigger emotion. Yeah. You can cheat in that.
Well, yeah, actually, I haven't thought about that, but it's a mechanical device, so we can probably...
It doesn't read your thoughts.
Well, probably, or maybe, who knows?
Actually, you can see that the project is kind of wild, but something really bold and standing out.
It makes you think about various different things and aspects of it. So even the mind reading thing. So
I think
it's really inspiring then.
Let's jump to the next one. I'm not a good jumper in this slide, but
Cool.
this one, we shouldn't call it an event, but probably the situation is event itself. It's more like creative usage of AI, or maybe the technology based around AI called deepfake, which is a DAF project. They invited parents and their daughters, the mothers and daughters, to the studio, and they started to talk about inequality and the bad treatment and influence of social media to lives of
Toxic beauty standards.
Yes, toxic beauty standards. That's exactly that. And at certain moment, they presented on like a feed of Instagram on this girl's head had been watching during this presentation. One of the figures that showed up on the screen was a mother of the girl, each of the mothers, right? And talking some really mean things like you should do more, you should be more skinny, you eat the too much things, blah, 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 and stuff.
Straighten your thief.
None of the spectators, not the mother, not the girl, knew that they will see that at this moment, because the deepfake technology was utilized and used here to create that video, which was totally like mind-blowing for the viewers. There were tears, there were emotions, there were...
I can see the emotional impact actually of those women that are present there in the studio. It's actually amazing, you know.
But what it does like what kind of content you can encounter in the internet.
Yeah.
This makes people really think and stand in the spot and
because it's much more personal that way. Yeah, it's not like anonymous girl telling you how to lose weight. It's your mother telling you that you should do that. You know, it's something that has
and in the words you wouldn't
impact.
expect from that
so
person.
Actually, to be honest, that's the first usage of deepfake technology. I think it has a meaning, you know, a meaningful thing, because normally it's used just for fun or to make some, I would say, semi-legal stuff. So that's really something I haven't thought of before. And as we are talking about, you know, meaningful things, meaningful events, for example, like that kind of campaigns actually show us that event can be meaningful as well. That it's not just a party when we drink, when we have fun, when we listen to some boring speeches, and that's it. And we go home and just forget about it. We can do something. We can have some, you know, real influence on the environment, on the people that were participating in the event. It's you know, the strategy is super important. Yes, the gathering. A very detailed insight, and then making a strategy that would work together with the information you have, and then you can make something really spectacular, something that would matter.
Yeah, in each of those examples that we presented, I think the real emotions are the key.
Yeah,
they are built around something. Right here, it's built around the idea. But in the other examples, they were about the brands, about the meanings of the brands, about the products. Actually, the emotion is always the key. The brand experience, we call it. So the next one, really amazing project about integration, is so-called integration. So the company decided to organize a festival for their 3,500 workers, period. So bold idea to take that many people to one place to do one thing that we probably most of us like, go to the festivals, to have some great time, and to have some great time together. And then this company created a festival for their employees. So, of course, zones, music, activations, application, radio, everything. Just like on the festival, they had so many people, they could activate them like that. Sounds like something unreal, but actually we show it to you because it happened, and it can happen. Of course, the budget probably was big.
Yeah,
but
so.
Probably yes, but yes, but.
Yes, but. Yeah, I think that's all the employer branding specialists all over the world should see that and see what actually works, how to work this emotional bond between people, give them like a very special experience that would unite them for a certain period of time. And I think that and in the time we live in, the post-pandemic world, I think it's very important to build connection between people because, normally, as probably all of us work at least from time to time from home, that connection between colleagues from work is not that tight anymore.
Yeah, meeting is crucial.
Yeah,
especially in the after pandemic. We are after pandemic, but this was 2022, I guess. So it was right after. Probably the preparations were a lot before. So the idea was there. The idea to actually meet.
Maybe it was first a huge meeting after.
Yeah, let's do it the bold way. Let's do something big. We shouldn't be like doing another integration. Go there. But
using Zoom or Teams.
Yeah, let's make it big. Let's make a festival.
And they did it.
That's the spirit, I say. Yeah. Yeah, that one's totally out of our. Yeah, tell me more.
Well, let me take you to the world of metaverse. Well, actually, not me, but Marriott Bonvoy company. The chain of hotels. They did it. They are actually using a Fortnite game to connect with other group of their, totally different target group. I mean, Fortnite, right?
Yes,
have you ever played it?
Played it, yeah.
Yeah, well, I've never played it, but I know the title.
But I can't dance this Fortnite.
It's super popular among Gen Z representatives. So, basically, Marriott Bonvoy wanted to open up to the younger generation and show them that they are really like a cool brand, not just for elderly, super rich people that go on their business trips to talk about finances and so on and so forth, but it's actually something more human and more close to what they like. So the brand created in Fortnite something called Marriott Bonvoy Land, when you can visit, when you can play in 4 different hotels that belong to the chain. I mean, it's Westin, W Hotel, Moxie, and the first one, Marriott.
The idea is like a Nike Land or some other metaverse projects, like you can enter by the game. So is this event for players? But because I feel it kind of that way, like maybe more like the entrance is blocked for regulars, right?
Yeah.
So, but I think that the idea itself sounds like about right for the group that you expressed, the Gen Z. The viewers, but it's like come and go, and the event is done. I guess
that's true. But you can, interact with the brand somehow. You can play some mini games. They're different in every single location, and if you do it right and you get enough, amount of points, then you will get a special prize. It's a virtual fireworks display.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if you're ready for that. You can virtually check in those hotels as well and see which brand suits you the most. It's like a trial, like virtual trial, like virtual journey throughout the hotel to see wherever it's actually something for you and not really.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to that metaverse. Let us jump to the last one, I guess, because we have like 1 minute left. So it's Pertijima.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Have you ever heard of the region of Australia called Northern Territories?
Yes, because I saw that video before.
Yeah, so don't worry, because it's not very popular among people around the world. It's not even popular among people from Australia. And actually that was the problem, because people just didn't want to go there. Because, it's like a quite poor region. It's like a huge desert. and the criminal index there is crime index is pretty high. Well, all those things are related, of course. So the regional government of Northern Territories started talking to local marketing agency, and they came up together with an idea of creating a light festival. A festival that would show other people, well, that will become like a main tourist attraction of the region, but it will also show the best things about Northern Territories. And both of the sides, they agreed that the best two things about the territory, a Northern Territory, is the desert itself, because it's nice, it's monumental, and it's impressive, and the culture of Aboriginal society called the Ardente people. They created like a huge festival in the middle of desert. So they created their own venue as well. It's a light festival, so there are like lots of different light installation, but through them you get to know more about the Aboriginal culture.
And this context I like, because something called Light Festival appears.
It happens all over the world.
All over the world, right?
Yeah, especially during Christmas time.
Type of festival that appears in the middle of nowhere, for example, Burning Man, also is nothing new. But this one, talking about the culture, the community out there.
Yeah, the heritage. Yeah, so
sounds cool.
The new is connected with the old. We are using modern technology to talk about, well, the history of the nation, actually, because those are the Aboriginal tribes. Yeah, so it's like a journey through time, and I think it's really amazing. That's
It's amazing for us also, and for our listeners to think about, shouldn't we like find communities all around the world? Shouldn't we elevate some communities, some people, some brands are elevating the communities, but sounds for me like something we can consider, thinking about really elevating those who can't elevate themselves somehow, right?
Great idea.
And with that idea, we should finish now.
I'll leave you here.
Thank you, and make yourself a research about that project, because there is a lot more behind.
Yeah, exactly. So it was very nice talking to you.
Thank you so much. Nice talking to you. Thank you, Kasia.
Thank you very much, Katarzyna and Michał. That was very insightful. And now we are switching to our connection to our next speakers, and I'm very happy and pleased to welcome Paweł Niziński and Femke van Loon, who will be talking about who should contribute to the ESG shift, a very, very important matter. Welcome, both of you. Welcome, Femke. Welcome, Paweł.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. How is the weather in Rome?
So it's quite warm still, but it's actually raining today.
Well, okay. It's not warm here in the Central Europe. And I know, Paweł, you are somewhere in Poland meeting your client who is a newborn B Corp, as far as I know. I'm very happy you guys are here today with us, and you will be talking about a very important matter, which is ESG. I had the pleasure to meet with Paweł on his stage last week during the 4th Warsaw B Corp Summit, and we were talking about raising the bar. And actually today we are also talking about raising standards, because at this conference we are talking about how better standards benefit for better business and better future. And I think the word future is crucial here. So I'm leaving the stage to you guys, and I'm looking forward to your chit-chat. Thank you, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Marta.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marta, for this warm welcome. I'm indeed somewhere in Poland with a newborn B Corp, Velvet Care, tissues and toilet paper producer. So if it is raining, we can wipe our fronts easily. We have a lot of access to the products of our client. And yes, I feel really very much at home at CMO Summit. We are friends, our events with B Corp community and the CMO community. Marta is animating for years already, is a great tradition, and I'm really happy to be surrounded by friends. And one more reason why I feel so much at home today is that you are talking about better standards, better business, better future. And the name of my company is called Better. So how much more I could feel at home. And I have a huge pleasure to bring to the CMO Summit audience my good friend Femke van Loon, my friend from the company I really adore. Innate Motion is really such an inspiration, and it's really great to see that there are people who have introduced in my eyes the word empathy to business. And normally it looks like it's an oxymoron. These two words, empathy and business, for the first sight doesn't collaborate well. But apparently we are in the times when it does on a big, big scale. So welcome, my dear Femke, welcome Business Humanizer, because it's one of your titles, another field of inspiration. We are going to talk, to exchange a few thoughts on this new situation, because we tend to think that in our countries there is sort of ESG awakening. I would even say hysteria to some extent. We thought that this is like limited to Poland, which always feels that we are not prepared, we are not ready for the shift, for the change. But the more I talk with my equivalents on different markets in Europe, I see that yes, ESG is a real game changer, and new regulations coming from European Commission are really setting up completely new ground for a change. And I think that it would be really good to see our industry, because having first part of my life in Adland, I'm in advertising business, I still feel that this is probably my important point of reference. How do you see it? What is your take on ESG shift, Femke? How, from your perspective, the role of companies looks like in this completely new situation? Probably we have also the light of interdependence here on the table. My voice is coming from the B Corp community, and Innate Motion is a fantastic example of another B Corp. So we have for the benefit of the marketing community. Can you share your thoughts with us?
Of course. Look, maybe first of all, for the ones who don't know me, my name is Femke. I represent a collective of business humanizers, as Paweł was saying. And the reason why we call ourselves humanizers is because we see there is a growing need for people to apply more human logic to business in a world that applies a lot of business logic to humans. The take on ESG from our, let's say, humanizing side is that yes, there is a, as you call it, hysteria, or now big shift towards ESG because of new regulations and because of compliance, right? Companies are asked to report on these matters more and more frequently. But what is also happening is that people, especially let's say during the COVID period and a bit before that, but definitely a lot more after that, are developing a new kind of consciousness, a new mindset that basically reframes the role of business in our society. So what we see is that this evolution is not only about better standards, so to say, but is very much also about how do we as humans evolve? How do we accompany this human transition and help business become actually more relevant for people and the planet on which we live? So the whole, let's say, topic of better future has become more and more important for people, and redefining the role of business in that world is growing everywhere in the world, including in Eastern Europe, of course.
Observe this shift, and you use the word compliance, and sometimes talking to the business from our region, I have a feeling that this is the word which is alerting us, not that much the need of bringing the shift, the need of thinking or rethinking the future, but we desperately want to be compliant to the changes in the law. But I observe that very often when the companies enter this business transformation journey, they indeed start to think long term, and they indeed start to use their resources on a massive scale just to contribute to the global shift which is needed. You talk in your book about ways to lead for a regenerative future, and this is what business starts to talk about. Still, regenerative economy, the term we B Corps, we try to bring into the public debate, is very, very unclear. But we are talking about the realm of values. We talk about values per se. And we all are coming from the branding background, including yourself. I know your experience from the past as well. We know that brands are vehicles which are transporting the values, which are communicating the values to the consumer, to the final user. What's your perception? How do you see the role of marketing community or marketing in the businesses in this evolving shift? What kind of expectations you may have towards our colleagues, marketeers?
Yes.
As business
So
humanizer
yeah. So I think this is a huge opportunity for the marketing community to redefine our role. Let's start from the fact that, this is a time where marketing is also a little bit under scrutiny, right? Because very often we get attached to this era of consumerism where we try to sell whatever to people, lots of things that they actually didn't need, that we now end up thinking, was that really necessary? Is part of this type of practice actually part of damaging our world, right? But the reality is that in this new era, brands, like you say, are still going to be phenomenally important. This time, not so much to carry, a fake image or a maybe slightly opportunistic message to just sell things to people, but actually to carry a new way of thinking, a new philosophy, a new set of values forward. And I think the marketing community, marketeers, actually have exactly the right skills in their pocket to play a huge role. Because for example, business leaders will need to start from better understanding not just, their direct consumer, but a whole set of stakeholders in their ecosystem. And this skill of marketeers to actually go out and understand the needs of a whole diversity of population that's involved with a brand or a company is, for one, a really important skill. The other side, as you were saying before, the creative skill to be able to turn, maybe an ordinary message into something that travels, into something that people remember, into something that people want to be part of, is another skill that is very much needed to push those businesses that are choosing to work for a better future, are the ones that are going to grow. So I think the marketing community is extremely important, not just for the product brands, right, which used to be very much what we used to work on, but also to lift the corporate or the company brands and give them, help them to find the best version of themselves from a kind of institutional a place where they were to an actual inspiration.
You are painting a really positive picture, and I know that this is your personal skill to come with positive and constructive solutions in many circumstances. But let me bring to our conversation something which is not that area to be super proud of. If we recall the phenomenon of CSR, corporate social responsibility, that was something which was incredibly quickly hijacked by some of us, of marketeers, just to greenwash the company. So we were doing this program, this involvement, and that, then we were using as a shield to do anything which we do in the terms of business as usual. And we felt really protected, very nice, well done. And stupidly, we believed that consumer is buying. Consumer is not an idiot. Consumer is analyzing it in depth and understanding the reality sometimes much faster than we do in our boardrooms. So let's talk a little bit about another dimension of our jobs, which is how to avoid greenwashing, because we observed that yes, with ESG parade across our markets, we also see that loads of companies are just catching up. On one hand, they are feeling okay, now we are compliant. On the other hand, they find this is a nice opportunity to put a shield on our activities. So, and sometimes we are trapped as people who are responsible for brands, because it brings us into the conflict of our values. Yeah. So I observed that next to this window of opportunity for a business transformation and for the better future for the business and for the planet and for the people, I see that there is also this kind of negative side of the picture, which is greenwashing, which is purpose washing. The reason why we changed our brand signature from Better Brands with Purpose was just a huge wave of purpose washing, because everybody is washing the brand with claiming their purpose and doing nothing. So how would you describe, if you have some ideas, how to protect us, marketeers, and the brands we are responsible for, and companies, how to protect them from these frontiers of crossing the line towards greenwashing and being used for a bad cause, not a good cause?
Yeah, it's a great question. To me, I see a huge difference between people who, like you say, are in the doing mode, and they go into changing a few things in the company and then making a big message around that for at times opportunistic reasons. And on the other side, the guys who take the time to take this shift as a moment to really reflect on who we are and who we want to be. And this has all to do with authenticity as well. So when purpose is something that is coming from a deep place and is related to is deeply responding to what we really think we are here for and what is the legacy we want to leave for the next generation. This is where brands and communication and innovation activation are born that is truly authentic. Doesn't mean you cannot embrace a certain style or a certain tone, but if the core message is authentic, coming from a place of depth, we don't walk into issues like greenwashing or purpose washing. So I feel that authenticity and taking the time to reflect on who we really are and what we are here for is very important. Has to do a lot with transparency as well. People are not looking at brands and companies as perfect vehicles anymore. The whole perfectionism drive is a trap as well. People accept that we are all on the journey to change things, to move things in a new direction. And so nobody expects a company or a brand to get it right immediately or to have it all done in, a few weeks. This is going to take years. And just being honest about where we are and what is the direction we are going to together is the best recipe.
It's fantastic you are saying about authenticity, and it's very much in the field of bringing human values into the business and gaining back the proportions. And I always recall the research Havas keeps doing on the markets across the planet. I think it's a global study on meaningful brands. And I observed that if you see the tendency over the years that the percentage of brands which are bringing anything to our life, which are bringing some meaning to our life, is shrinking. We have only 25% of the brands which are meaningful for us. So it means, from another point of view, that 75% of the brands could evaporate easily from the markets, and they could be replaced by anything doing the same functions. So I think that, I would very much prefer to work for the brand which is bringing some value to my life, to the life of my family and anybody else. And I think that it's quite challenging, because I think that marketing also is in a kind of trap, because the meaningfulness, it's not only born in the marketing department. This is the meaningfulness of the organization per se. And then we are getting back to the values, to the mission, to purpose, if you want. And I always like to recall, I think that you are familiar with the saying of Paul Polman, of this great question he is asking, the legendary CEO of Unilever, who used to say, why don't we just ask ourselves the simple question at the morning? What would happen if my brand doesn't exist, or if my company doesn't exist? Would the world would be better or worse? And I think that it's kind of our personal challenge with every brand, with the brand Innate, with brand Better, with brand CMO Summit. Would the world look better or worse? What do we bring to our people? But I think that this is
building on that. That's a very interesting way to look at it. And while we do, I think it's very crucial that we don't. When we ask ourselves the question, "What is this really bringing?" we shouldn't make the mistake that only responsible, only wise, only healthy things are the things that humans need. As human beings, we need togetherness, we need joy, we need pleasure, we need so many more things to thrive and feel good, right? To live a healthy life. There's studies around what brings well-being and happiness to humans, and they go far beyond, obviously, let's say, the responsible choices that we can make in life. So let's not forget that at the same time when we think about, is our brand or our company useful in the world?
Yeah, it's like sometimes there is a simple question, are we bringing joy to life of other people? Because I think that we very much need it. I think that if the world is composed of only the useful goods, and I mean, what kind of boredom?
What a sad world it would be. Yes.
Yeah. No,
and
so
then
I think
mean, if you define that your core value is around joy, you can still think about how joy will evolve in the next 10 years and how we make sure that it's actually a joy for everyone that is involved, right? And that there's no damage being done to part of the stakeholders. But I think, considering the broad spectrum of human needs and what makes people thrive and feel good is very important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that understanding the role of marketing department and marketing people in the life of organization. I'm still passionate about brands and what they bring into our lives. I think that this kind of my early professional stage of my career fascination still remains. But I'm just wondering, because we are kind of super busy now at Better, and not only on managing impact, and this is the role of the B Corp community. How can we do more good things, not just do less bad things? And it converts quickly into building new impact business models. So we are busy with that. It's quite difficult, I must say, quite challenging, but also fascinating. And trying to find some regularities in building the new impact business models, meaning that the kinds of projects or prototypes which are supposed to bring more good to the world, not only less bad. I'm just asking myself the question, what would be the role of brands in these processes? How much marketing departments can inspire the rest of the organization to do something which is relevant or more relevant to the new customer, new stakeholder we are talking to? What do you think about it?
I think marketeers have always been very strong at thinking about culture and thinking about value, right? Because building a brand is also about actually building a new mindset, voicing a point of view, standing for certain values. And while we are in this transformation of the business model and the, let's say, the technical aspects of impact, in parallel, we need a cultural transformation. We need a human transition. And it is in this field that I see much more role for enlightened marketeers.
Mhm. Fantastic, and I think that it opens really interesting field for our last quarter of conversation, because I really appreciated your book and your study on the ways, on the leadership models, and of course I love archetypes, and many of us do, and I really appreciate in this little bit advertising break, the fierce empathy you wrote. It's really fascinating journey through the different archetypes and different ways you can identify leaders are approaching this tremendous shift we are part of. And I think that it would be quite good for us to talk for a while on what you discovered, analyzing the different leadership models, and if you can focus, if possible, on the relevance of these models with the leadership skills which are needed in marketing world. What would be your few thoughts about it, please?
Yeah, so I think the first fascinating thing when we speak with leaders in business, including a lot of marketing leaders we talk with, is this whole notion of how empathy is actually not a wanted skill in business, right? So it's very interesting because people when they talk about life and what is important in relationships, in building a family, in friendship, in sports, in so many different things, empathy plays a huge role. We think it's very important in life, but for some reason we have created a business world where the moment you step into the company or the moment you go to work, you have to leave all your empathy at home, together with your intuition and your creativity and your imagination, and you have to become this rational business person. The problem is that if and when we do that, we only use a very tiny bit of our human capacity. And at this moment in time, especially, our full human capacity is needed. We need to bring our full human selves to this challenge. And so there's a big discrepancy between what kind of values and skills and capabilities we used to value in business and the ones that are actually needed in this transition. So it might be interesting also to mention for the people on this call, we also dove into what are the new ways to build a brand, right? What are the new skills to build a brand? And it's very related. We talk about utopia brands. And utopia brands actually encompass all this, these values and skills that we've been talking about. So the brands that are going to thrive in this new world are supported by capacity to imagine. That's why we call them utopia brands. Really, like true imagination, the courage to think beyond what is today or beyond the possible and really set our goals far out. The capability of transparency and authenticity, which we've talked about, the capability of abundance. How do we make things exciting? How do we make things pleasurable? How do we make brands something that you want to welcome in your life? How do we make them warm? How do we? These are all skills that are very much related to this new way of leading. Lastly, also community, like we said, right? I mean, it is extremely important that we learn to walk in the shoes of other people, not just our consumers, but also the people who grow our ingredients, or the people who are working alongside on the NGO side, or the parents out there and what is happening to them. So I think, yeah, the leadership skills are many, but they all are in a direction of accepting that our human capacity is today only used in a very limited way in business. And when we open up to our capacity to be our full emotional and spiritual beings, we can bring a lot more as marketeers and as leaders in general. So the book, what we've analyzed is not only, let's say, this general shift that is happening and the new type of leadership, right, that is needed, but also how every one of us, we're all different, right? That's what makes us beautiful. We're all diverse. How we can all, from our own strength, be a leader for the future. So how can we, whether, we are more of an expert or a scientist or an explorer type person, or we're naturally more coming from a caregiver perspective, like you were saying, archetypes before, all of these different core strengths can be expressed in a contemporary progressive leadership style. So that's what the book is about. And it comes with a nice set of games and exercises, and basically to help you facilitate not only the work on the brands, but also the work with the people behind the brand or the company.
To me, this book was really fascinating journey, because it's like you are reading a book with a key that someone wrote a book, and you can decode the persons, the main characters, and you know that there are real people who were the inspiration to refer to, but they have obviously different names. Here we have real names, real cases. But reading the book, I was able to identify leaders from also from the marketing milieu, who are like another examples I could attach to the types you identify. It's really interesting, and these little strategies you build, they are quite opening, and also I think very, very pragmatic in a sense how to handle that. And that's why this promotional part about the book. But I think that it's pretty useful, and we as leaders are faced with completely different challenges now. I remember conversations with CMOs on this one of the previous summit organized by Marta. And one of marketeers stood up and said, "Hey guys, very nice things we talk about, these micro decisions and little things we do in good cause or bad cause. Can anybody stand up who has completely clean hands?" So, I mean, we are humans. We are doing failures. It's obvious, but I think that it's important to have a North Star. And I think that one of the advices for us marketeers, after your study and your empathetic approach, what would you advise to the other people? How do you protect yourself and your values in a big corporate environment, in challenging organizations, which sometimes squeezes out or washes away our authenticity? How to protect yourself?
I think the title of the book is very important, that it says fierce empathy. It's not just, empathy. We need to be courageous. We need to be more daring. We need to be more fierce about what we stand for. My advice is if we want to protect our health, our well-being, our mental strength, we need to be very clear and proud about what our limits are. So companies and corporate culture needs to change. Young generations are very clear about this. And it's never going to help if we just give in. If we just, think, oh, this little bit I'll let go today, this other little bit, we have to, we stand for something important and beautiful, and we have to stand fierce.
Yeah, I like it a lot. We had a couple of days ago, we had a fantastic speech of Elisabeth Lavie, one of the founder of B Lab France. Incredible person, building sustainability on the market for many, many years, already nearly 30 years in France, and founder of the company called Utopies. And
yes,
I asked her to bring up the few thoughts about narrations, which are so strong that they are changing the world. And of course, there is a Nobel Prize for Robert Stiller for his book about narratives which are changing the world. But I think that there is something. If you have a powerful narration, it really allows people to think differently, to reshape the systems, to reshape their even very close environment they are working in. And to me, the empathy introduced into the business environment is just one of those narrations. So I'm super grateful to your contribution, bringing strongly and fundamentally empathy into the world of business. And I hope that empathy in business is just one of those narratives which are changing our world for better. Thank you very much, Femke, for this conversation.
Thank you, Paweł. It was a pleasure to be here. I also have a gift for everybody who's attending this conference. So I thought it would be nice to give everyone a digital copy of Fierce Empathy so that they can dive a bit deeper into the 16 ways to lead for a regenerative future. So I think we have a QR code. If not now, we will definitely send it to you, and would love to hear from you, capture your thoughts. There it is. So please, if you go on the QR code, a little link will appear and it will bring you directly to the book. Don't hesitate to reach out. Would love to follow up on the conversation.
Thank you, Femke. Thank you, Paweł. You have enlightened my morning, even though the weather is not very light today. I think there have been a lot of insightful thoughts and insights that you have shared with the public, and a lot to think about and to focus on. I think the empathy is a crucial word, and let's be empathetic. And I'm really looking forward to have another possibility to work with you guys, because I see you asked the question, are we needed? I think that yes, we are, and you are more than ever. And it's beautiful that we can talk about brands in a wider perspective, not only how to create, sales, buy more, etc. And we talked about it during Paweł's summit as well. So thank you very much once again. I encourage every and each of our viewers to go to this QR code and download the book. I will do this definitely just after this event. And once again, thank you very much. And we are ready for the next presentation. And now I would like to invite you for another session where we will be talking about standards in pitch processes. and welcome back to the studio, and welcome Rick Bendel, my co-speaker and my guest today in the studio of CMO Summit CEE. Rick, thank you for joining us from warm Portugal. We envy you.
It's very warm here. It's very warm.
Let me introduce Rick to all of you. Rick is a global marketing consultant, former global CMO of Walmart. He's been also a COO of Publicis Group globally, and he was also a very important COO of Pepco Group. And we had a pleasure to meet during the project that we were working on together, which was a very big and very important pitch process for Pepco for all 18 or ideally in the future even more markets in Europe. I have introduced myself at the very beginning of this event, but that was quite brief, and now I would like to do a short introduction in the pitch consultancy perspective. As you know, my name is Marta Macke, and I'm a founder and CEO of Shortlist Consulting, which is the company that helps clients, marketers, to work during the pitch processes. And standards in pitch processes is something that I love. Therefore, I invited Rick to go through the key milestones of the pitch process that are very important to take into the consideration when you work on a pitch to choose the best possible partner for your business. At the end of the day, today we are talking about better standards, so also better standards in a pitching process that lead you to the better business for yourself, for your brand, for your company, and the better future, again, for yourself, for your company, and for your brand growth. So that was the introduction, and now I would like to discover why we call this presentation the pitch in 3 acts. This is Aristotle, and this is his view of the tragedy in 3 acts, antique tragedy in 3 acts. And I thought that pitch is a tragedy in 3 acts. It's not a tragedy if you do this in a proper way, but it indeed has 3 acts. And we will not go very deeply in every single detail, but we would like to point out some most important, as I said, milestones. And yes, so let's start from the very beginning. And Rick, what happens in the Act 1, which is all about the client?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, what I've learned over the years, and I've been involved in pitches both from the agency side, and I've also been involved in pitches from the client side, obviously, and involved in pitches in many, many, many countries. One of the most important things at the beginning is to be completely transparent and honest with yourself of why are you pitching. It's a big decision. Is it because you're a new marketing director and you like to work with agencies you've worked with before? Is it because the boss doesn't like the advertising? Is it because sales are suddenly a real problem? So in understanding why it is that you're pitching, what it is that has made you get to the pitch is critically important, because it determines who's going to make the decision. It determines what it is you're actually looking for that you feel you haven't got. And I think, Marta, that many, many, many people go into this process without necessarily really being honest with themselves about why they're doing it. And when I was at Walmart, I would ensure that none of the countries, and there were 20, 30 countries, none of the countries would be allowed to do a pitch of their account unless they gave me a presentation of why, and that they convinced me that it was necessary, because a pitch is a disruption. A pitch is a distraction, and a pitch leads to a new relationship which takes time to gather and to complete. So my first point about the beginning is, before you start, is please be honest with yourselves of why you're doing the pitch.
Yes, and that leads us to a very important matter, and it's team building. And let me quote David Ogilvy, who years ago had the situation at the pitch at the client, and he asked the question to the client, who of the 15 people in this room are the decision maker? And everybody raised their hands. You know what David Ogilvy did? He left the room. So from your perspective as a client, can we have 15 decision makers, or shall there be roles established at the very beginning and very honest between the client's team and also transparent to the potential partners?
Yeah, I mean, look, 15 people can't make a decision. It's not a democracy where everybody gets a vote. The reality is that the people who deal with an agency on a day-to-day basis and the person who ultimately makes the decision with regard to the final work are the only people who should be in the room. It's very, very rare that happens. And one of the things I used to hate was, at the end of the presentation, when the boss man, whether it's the marketing director, the CEO, the managing director, whoever, turns to the most junior person and says, "What do you think?" That person straight away is thinking, what should I say? Not what do I think? And their vote doesn't really count. So my view would be that the only people who should be involved in the team are people who are actively involved in the relationship that they will have with that agency. And I don't even believe that the procurement people should be in the room. I believe it should only be those people who deal with the agency on a day-to-day basis and the decision maker. And if that decision maker, Marta, is the CEO, be honest with yourself as a marketing director, it's the CEO that needs to be there. If what you're going to be doing is taking the best three and then showing it to the CEO afterwards for his approval, it won't work. You have to build a team that is based around what the reality is of the ongoing relationship. So my advice to anybody that's pitching is, if it's more than 4 people, you've got a problem. Because there are never more than 4 people who are really involved in that relationship.
I love what you said, especially that the clients expect to see on the agency side people they would work with in case the agency wins. So as an agency, as a potential partner for a long time, hopefully, you would like to talk and show your work to the people you will work with. So that's an honest and transparent situation that should be.
Yes. And I think the thing about it, Marta, is that agencies have also got to learn. You know, they turn up with 10 people. You know, you're not going to be working with 10 people. The very best pitches I have ever been involved with were no more than 8 people in the room. There were 4 people from the agency and 4 people from the client side, because that's where the relationship was going to last. And everybody else, when I've been in pitches, it's like rent a crowd. You don't need a crowd in order to be able to prove your worth.
Okay, now that we have decided what the team is, I think we need to understand what we are looking for. And you touch upon it already, but it's very often that clients come to me and say, oh, we are looking for an agency, let's go very wide. I believe that you have to really understand what you really are looking for in terms of whether you're looking for strategy, creative or both, or you have to focus really and understand very, very well your own needs and brief in order to pick right agencies to pitch for you.
Yes, and I think I've seen many, many times a brief for a pitch which has too much information. The more information that you're providing within the brief, the more people can misinterpret what it is that you're looking for. And clarity and simplicity in a brief is very important. I'll give you a couple of examples. The agency that you look for, you're looking for somebody who will be there and be your advisor and be your confidant as you decide big decisions. In which case, it's very, very important to recognize that in the brief, you're looking to have a partner that can do that. If you're in a situation whereby really you're looking for a service, you're pretty clear about the nature of the work you've got to do, the briefs are relatively simple, but you're looking for a service, and it might be internationally, it might be domestically, it might be whatever. Or if you're looking to be cheaper, that you think you're paying too much. It's important to be honest in that brief of exactly what it is that you're looking for, exactly what it is that you are going to be judging, and to ensure that you recognize that the creative work is only a small part of the decision. The biggest part of the decision is the people. So be clear what you're looking for from those people. Because everybody can do a great presentation, but not everybody can develop a great relationship. And that's where you've got to be able to be careful in the nature of the briefing you do. And the point about too much information is that most people come to a briefing and are looking for the answer. The agencies are looking for the answer in the briefing. They're trying to find out, what do you really want? What do you really think about? What is it that, how you judge? They shouldn't, but they naturally do because they want to win. So what I would suggest is very, very simple briefing, not huge amount of information, very clear with regard to what you're looking for and what you're going to be judging. And that's based on what I said earlier of the reason why you're moving should give you a very specific reason for why you put the brief together.
Yes, because if you do a wrong brief, it's painful. There's this saying that bad briefs hurt everybody, not only the agency who doesn't really know what to do and how to respond to your needs, but also to you as a client, because obviously at the end of the process, you don't really know what to judge and how to judge it, because it's, you haven't been precise of what you are looking for, both in terms of kind of the agency that you are looking for, because, a few years back, it was much easier because advertising was easier. We only had basically free medium. Now it's very complex, so you really have to be very smart to choose proper long list and then short list to possibly work with. And also,
and also, sorry, Marta, to interrupt, but
sure.
Long list. Anybody who goes into a pitch process that does not involve a third-party consultant, I think, is taking a massive risk. Because no agency, I can tell you, that I've ever worked with, and I've worked with many, 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 many agencies, and been in many agencies, no agency really understands your business. So when they say we want to understand your business, they'll never understand your business because they work in advertising or they work in digital marketing or whatever. They don't work in retailing or oil or petrol or cars or whatever it is that you operate in. So you're in a situation whereby they will come with certain points of view. And what's very, very important is that you are able to communicate properly with, in my view, no more than 5 long list agencies. And I would never pitch a business, and I wouldn't allow anybody within Walmart or in Pepco or whatever to create a list of actual pitching which was more than 3 agencies. And to select those 3 agencies, we would use a consultant who we would be completely transparent with of what it is we look for, what we're good at, what we're not good at, what we're looking to supplement, what sort of time frames we operate on, how approvals are made, how the process works inside the client end. And once you've explained that to a consultant, they will then shortlist you the 5 agencies that are the most suitable. Then I would really suggest, do not think you can get presentations from more than 3 people, because you won't be able to concentrate and focus clearly with 5. It's a big deal to try and get a relationship. And you can try to get the relationship with 3 people to see which relationship works, but getting a relationship with 5 people is very, very difficult. Very difficult.
Exactly. So, shortlist, which is my favorite word, obviously. And you said 3. I would say maximum 4. When we were talking about this, you asked me the question that I will now ask you. So why clients invite more? Sometimes it's 10, 14. Do they really have time to look at all the presentations? Do they really have time to brief properly all these agencies? What kind of the homework was not done in order to invite, such a big number of agencies to bid for your business?
I think, why do clients do it? Mostly because they don't know what they want. And so it ends up as a beauty parade. And if I ask 14 people, there's a greater chance they're going to come up and give me the answer than if I ask 5 people. And if I ask 3 people, that's less chance than 5 people. In other words, we don't really know what we want. We're pitching the business because we don't know what we want. Well, if that is the case, it's up to you internally to decide what you want and what you're looking for before you pitch. Don't ever go to a pitch and think the pitch is going to solve your problem. Advertising is only a small part of what you do. What is very, very important is to recognize that if you lack confidence, then that's the reason why you need a consultant. If you are unaware of the sense to which the creative work, is very, very important to you because the boss has said, I don't like the work, that's when people tend to go and choose 14 agencies, because they say, well, do you like this one? 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 It doesn't make any sense. And the other thing as well is you will find that the agencies themselves will not work as well with a 14 list than they will with a 3 list, for obvious reasons. So you might say 4. I would say 3 plus the incumbent, maybe, but I wouldn't go for more than 3 new relationships to evaluate. Because I think, Marta, it's not just about not remembering. It's about, this is like a blind date. You're going to get married to somebody. You need to develop some form of communication, some sort of rapport, some sort of relationship, so you can evaluate. Nobody can develop a relationship with 14 people and then evaluate. It's crazy. That, for me, is when one of the poorest behaviors of marketing people is going through a process of a pitch to try and find an answer that you should be finding yourself.
Interesting. You said 3 plus a current agency, and that's always a big issue, because when clients come to me and they say, we want to pitch, I ask them why. And many reasons are showing me that they do not want to work with the current agency anymore, but still they invite them to the pitch, which I believe is not a good answer. It's not a good reason. I encourage them to talk to the agency, be very transparent, show your cards, and let them decide whether they withdraw or stay. But usually clients say, we want to invite the agency because we are afraid they might not do the service to the end in a proper way, because we want to be nice to them, and many, many reasons which are not, I think, right business-wise. What's your opinion about it?
I agree with you. I mean, I think that I understand that people are very worried that by telling an agency that we are no longer going to work with you at the end of this process, that they will stop working. Now, let me tell you how agencies think, because I have worked and run, as you know, many, many agencies around the world. When an account is put up for pitch, it is the biggest single distraction to the agency working on that business. It's the opposite of the reason why people do it. The reason why is because what they're now going to do is they're going to take some of the team that work on the business, some people who don't work on the business, and they're going to go into a pitch process, which will be their number one focus. They won't be focusing on your work. The second thing is that an agency has a notice period. And that notice period is negotiated at the very beginning. And I would suggest that you should always have a minimum of 6 months notice period, because that's fair to the agency for them to be able to carry on working through and have time to adjust if they lose the account. I personally would never ever put an agency on a pitch list that I didn't want to work with. And your experiences might be different, but my experiences are that when I have done that and I've told the agency, we've been through everything, we've been through all the reasons why, we've explained the reasons why, and we're not going to put you in the pitch list because we don't want you to be distracted from what you're doing day to day, I have never, ever been let down. Ever been let down. So I think it's a false concern, a false risk, and I think it's unfair. It's a bit like, I'm married, but I'd like to go and meet 14 other women. I'm scared of telling my wife that I want to divorce her in case she stops cooking for me. I mean, it's crazy. It doesn't work.
Thank you for that, because I totally agree. And that's, as I said, that's what I'm recommending to my clients. Okay, so now we are in Act 2, and we actually go onto the market to the agencies, and it's the moment to start dating with the agencies. And my motto for this part is communication, communication, communication. So let's meet. And always my recommendation is to meet at least 3 times. One is the debrief session. So first we send the brief, then we meet and we talk the brief to the agency, because, paper is a paper. You can read it in a different ways. I remember the briefing session on Pepco where you told the beautiful story of Pepco and everybody could see the world. And it's very inspirational, but also you as an agency, and I've spent 20 years in agencies doing mostly new business and business development. So I try to read the clients during the briefing sessions and understand what they like, what they don't like, what they are looking for, what their needs and expectations are. So meet during the debrief session and give the flavor to the agencies. So it's better to have 3 or 4 rather 15.
Yeah.
Then another meeting should be a tissue meeting, which is a recommendation in most of the markets, but it's not common yet. And I think it's a beautiful possibility to test the ideas and the thinking from the agency, so you can check whether they are looking in the right direction. And obviously the pitch presentation, and we will talk about this in a second. But but I also believe that the client should be open to communication between these meetings and should be open to answer the questions, to meet if needed, because at the end of the day, you are looking for the partner for a long time run, not just for one date. Do you agree?
I do agree, and I, in reflecting back on the process we went through, Marta, I think it's very, very important that in a pitch briefing, this first meeting, the job of the client is to inspire these agencies in the pitch. It's very, very important that there is somebody in the pitch who lives and breathes the culture, the processes, the behaviors of the business that they represent. And that might not be the marketing director. It might be the CEO. It might be the head of operations. But what you need to do is to provide people with an insight so that they can start to relate to what it is you're trying to achieve. And you know that the way that I work is that whatever pitch that I've been involved with from a client point of view, I would ensure that there was somebody in the room who was the embodiment of the culture and would talk about the business with genuine love, genuine affection. Because it's important that the agency is not just doing this to win some business to get some money, but they're falling in love. They're falling in love with whatever it is you as a business represent. Because then what you've got is their heart as well as their head. The written brief is the head, the verbal brief is the heart. And because agencies ultimately are going to take their imagination and they're going to create something. Fire their imagination with the realities of the culture of this wonderful business that you represent. And so I'm a great believer in that first meeting. It's up to the client, not the agency, up to the client to inspire. With regard to the tissue meetings, I think they're vital because what we say isn't always what people hear. And the time to know whether or not people have really heard what you've said and the importance of various aspects of what you've said, or that they have misinterpreted, is in that tissue meeting. And because you want one of these agencies to succeed, it's critically important that you do everything you can to help them succeed. And that tissue meeting saves an awful lot of time of someone doing a presentation which for some reason they've got the wrong end of the stick. Mm-hmm. So I would say verbal briefing inspiration, written briefing information, tissue meeting essential to ensure that what you've said has been heard.
Yes, thank you very much again. Grand finale is obviously the most important moment, which is the presentation, the pitch presentation. So we talked about who should be in the process, and I strongly believe that who should be in the process should also be at the presentation and should be really focused to what the agencies came with, not only by respect to the hard work that was put behind weeks behind the brief and the presentation that they came with, but also to truly understand if what the agencies came with is good for us and for our brand.
Yeah, I mean, look, judging a pitch from one presentation, the final presentation, is risky. The reason why these tissue meetings, and indeed further meetings that can happen in between the final presentation and the briefing, are very, very, very important so that the pitch at the end isn't a big surprise. It is a result of a constant dialogue operating between the client and the 3 or 4 agencies through the tissue meetings, through other discussions, so that it becomes a final presentation that is taken into account your input. The worst possible thing is to go to a pitch and not have any idea at all what's going to be presented, and then try to make a decision, because what you're going to do is you're going to make a decision based on how good the presentation was, as opposed to the depth of the relationship that you've developed. And it's okay sometimes to appoint someone with work that you're not 100% happy with, because you really believe if you work with them, you'll get there. So my point is, I've never seen it as the grand finale. What I've seen it is as a full stop at the end of a sentence. The sentence has been taking the last 4 or 5 weeks, or 6 weeks, whatever the period is, between the briefing, the discussions, the tissue meetings, the further discussions. And then you're in a position whereby you can have a proper dialogue at the pitch, as opposed to you've been working as an agency on it for 6 weeks, the client sees it for the first time, and you're expecting a detailed answer. They feel they have to give you a detailed answer, and the meeting stops being a communication meeting and more of a judgment meeting, which I think is wrong. So my view would be, when you go into that pitch, the final presentation, it should be at the end of a process where you've met with that agency a number of times, communicated with that agency a number of times, helped them to shape their work, and then you're in a process whereby you're going to judge both the people and the work, rather than just leave the whole thing to 5 consumer groups of 6 women or 6 men in each group telling you what they like and they don't like, and you decide on that basis. That to me is wrong. You need to be in a situation whereby this process is about developing relationships. It's about understanding each other. It's about understanding what it is are the nuances of things that make people different, make businesses different with regard to the way they see advertising and the way they see marketing. And once you've done that, your final presentation will be rich, deep, good, and allow you the real opportunity to make a considered decision as opposed to a beauty parade.
I totally agree. I totally agree with you. This is something which is painful because very often, once the whole emotions go down, we've chosen with whom we want to work with, we forget to give proper and transparent feedback to those who did not win. And I remember times when I was still with the agency, when we would, find out that we lost the pitch because we saw the advertising in TV and it wasn't done by our agency, it was done by someone else. And it's very bad. And I believe that we as clients, because I feel more in a client's shoes in this particular part that I'm doing in pitch consulting, that we really have to at least write good, essential feedback to all the agencies that did not win. But if they want to meet, also to meet with them. And again, it's not only the question of respect for the work, but also they learn what they did wrong, what didn't click, what they should improve in the future.
Yeah, and that's where I absolutely believe. It's another reason, Marta, and I'm not saying this because I'm talking to you at a conference about that you've organised. And I say this to everybody that's listening. It is very, very, very important to have somebody working in between the agency and yourselves to allow you to be able to do this right. It is difficult to give feedback. People are disappointed. And what we tend to do is we sugar the feedback because we don't want to be rude. Having someone like Marta working with you allows you to be able to give feedback to Marta, and Marta to be able to deal with some of the feedback which perhaps is a little bit uncomfortable, but give the agency that feedback in a way that the agency can see as being constructive. By all means, meet with them, by all means, explain in your own words, but allow that consultant the role of being able to make that phone call that's more difficult, make the point that's more difficult. And I remember in the Pepco process, Marta, it was very, 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 very important that you were able to explain to certain people things that are personal. And you remember some of those things, I'm sure, which would have been a lot more difficult for me or for anybody in the Pepco team to have been able to say directly. And I think that was a very important part of the feedback. It's very important to give feedback because it allows you the opportunity of being able to also understand what was important to you, so important to you, that the agency hadn't recognized. And the agency next time round will be listening more carefully to some of the things they didn't listen to in the briefing because they didn't think it was important, but now they understand it's very important. The other thing I would say to you is, any presentation, pitch that is made by the new business director, automatically I would discount. I don't want to be sold to by the new business director. I want to be presented to by the account team and the strategic team and the creative team that are going to work on the business. So, and often the reasons we don't want to go with someone isn't just the work. It can be very personal. I don't like that person, or I think that person doesn't understand, or that person argues too much, or whatever the reasons are. And sometimes that's difficult to say. So I would very strongly recommend, in any pitch process, in every pitch process I've ever been involved in, and I'm an old man and I've done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. The only pitches that ever worked properly with great results came if we used the consultant in between. And that's not me doing an advert for Marta, it's what I fundamentally believe, and if I can pass anything over to people, please, please, please take that into account. Because with a consultant, this will work well. Without a consultant, unless you are somebody who's worked on both sides, it's going to be very difficult.
But still, thank you very much for this advertising. We can see that you worked in advertising, but I agree. I mean, not because I do this, but because there are many consultants that can help clients in their processes, and it's help. And you said also that it's about relationship, and hopefully, they got married and lived happily ever after when you found your good partner, business partner, agency. Someone, unfortunately, maybe you can't see this properly, but there is Bridget Jones, and she's having her wine, and she's sad. So it's all about celebrating, and I think even then, if you lose, it's good to celebrate because it's been hard work for both sides. So one thing about feedback is to give feedback in terms of learning for the agencies that did not win, because they will know in the future processes what to do better, but also to celebrate the hard work they put behind. And I'm saying this maybe because I've spent many years being that person. And probably having very often having the sad moments because you can't win all the time.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that's a nice thing to do. It's a nice thing to do. I think the most important pieces of what we've been talking about are being clear about why you're pitching, making sure that the right people are in the room and there aren't too many, making sure that the number of agencies you select for this shortlist are manageable, making sure that the briefing is both to the heart and to the head, and making sure that there is somebody there that can give the flavour of the company you're working for and their motivation and their inspiration and their proposition and their beliefs and their promises to customers. And then making sure that there's a tissue process, because did you hear me right? And that's only going to be manifest by people coming back with ideas. Then work with the agencies, because you shouldn't be biased about who's going to win. Help them all win. Help them all win. Then come to the final presentation as a full stop, not a big show that you've never seen before, and make sure that you debrief the agency that won and the agency that didn't win with transparency and honesty, and use a third party to be able to provide the words in the manner that they're required. And if you're lucky enough, you have Marta there, maybe have a celebration of all the agencies afterwards, as opposed to just the ones that win. But don't put an incumbent agency in, an agency in that you know you don't want to work because you're scared that they will suddenly not work properly with you, because it's a false, please believe me, it's not true. They will work harder on your business if they're not distracted, because they will believe the next piece of work that we do will be so good, it'll make the whole pitch process difficult. That's, believe me, how agencies think.
Thank you, Rick. I love how you summarized all we touched upon. I couldn't do this better. Thank you very, very much for joining me today on the stage of CMO Summit CEE. I hope to see you in Poland soon. Maybe you come to our next CMO Summit edition in May. The weather will be nicer, so you will not have to take your coat. Thank you so much.
And thank you also. It's not something I normally do, Marta, but I felt that this was a good thing for people to be able to at least get a little bit of my experiences, which, as I say, as an old man, people have to call me wise because I'm old.
Not only because of that. Thank you again.
Thanks very much.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
And now we are ready for the next presentation, and I'm very thrilled to welcome Anna Górka. Hello, Ania.
Hello, thank you for inviting us.
Thank you for being with us another time. For those who haven't noticed, HTT Pool, who was our partner for several editions, now it's called Alep. And Ania will turn the music up.
Yes, I will do my best.
So the stage is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Great to have you here, and hope you're going to be enjoying this year's sessions at the CMO Summit. I'm Anna Górka, Partner Director for Spotify at the Alef Group. Today, I will show you a bigger picture, how to turn up your music campaigns to max and maximize your audio reach with the Spotify. So let's go through a short and sweet agenda for today. First, I'm going to introduce you to Alef and Spotify. Then I'm going to move to counter research, Spotify versus radio. And last but not least, I will show you some case study and hope it's going to be a good inspiration for you. So let's start with the introduction of Alef and Spotify. Alef is digital. We are a global team of local digital experts growing markets all around the globe. We are connecting advertisers in more than 130 growth markets with a global audience on the world's leading digital platforms. We are serving more than 22,000 of advertisers at more than 45 platforms, which most of them we are representing on an exclusive basis. But today, we're going to focus on Spotify. So as an Alef, we are the biggest partner of Spotify globally. We are representing them on more than 50 markets, which is covering the whole Central and Eastern Europe, markets in Asia, Africa, and MENA. But let's move to Spotify, the world's most popular audio streaming platform. They are present in 184 markets with 574 million of monthly active users. Those numbers speak by themselves. But let's move to more than 100 million of tracks, more than 5 million of podcasts, and more than 4 million of playlists. How big is that? The platform is also brand safe and clutter-free environment. What about the Poland? In Poland, as you can see, we have more than 8 million of users, which 44% of that number are the free users. And how Spotify become a game changer in terms of music? You can see the timeline. You can see different sources of music. We were using cassettes, CDs, MP3. We have radio. Vinyls are getting back to be a kind of like a phenomenon now. But Spotify is a game changer. Why? The new generation, the young millennials and also the Gen Z, they don't want to own things. When they need to drive somewhere, they are not buying a car. They are using Uber or they are just renting it. If they want to watch a movie, they are not buying DVDs anymore. They are just going to the online streaming platform as a Disney Plus, Netflix, or HBO Go. And this is where Spotify is coming in terms of the music. People are not buying CDs anymore. They are not buying tapes. They are just going to Spotify to listen whatever they want and whenever they want. And what we need to remember that audio is everywhere. Audio is with us on a daily basis. We are listening to that when we are with the family, when we are with the friends, when we need some motivation, when we are working out, to get the better results, when we need to focus on work, when we need to relax, when we are sleeping or chilling, when we are cooking, when we are cleaning. It's all the time with us. And now I wanted to show you a few numbers. It's based on the research Young and Music made by Biletomat. Why I want to show you those numbers? Because this is showing how the young generation is listening and dedicated to music. So in a group between 18 and 34 years old, 74% listen to music minimum several times a day. And 46% of those users listen to music a dozen times a day or even more. This is also how it's changing. I'm the older generation. I'm listening to music on a daily basis, but definitely not dozen of times. And this is how the Gen Z and young millennials are changing the music worlds. But then, getting into the even younger group, only 18-24, 73% feels that music is very important in their lives, and 56% declares that music is their passion. So you have a big group of users that you can reach out only with the music. And here I wanted to give you some statements also from the research, the same research. Patricia, 22 years old. If music was missing, part of me would be missing. Kate, 18. I would rather die than not listening to music. I would never give up on that. Thomas, 22. Music allows me to survive in life. It's a support and understanding for me. This is how heavy music is in our daily lives. Let's move into counter research made for Aleph in 2024, which is saying about Spotify versus radio. So we've done the research with Kantar. The scope was Poland, a sample of representative for the Polish population. TGI sample was based on around 1.7K respondents per month, what gives us around 20K respondents on an annual basis. And the analyzed period of time was between April 22 till March 23, so we had a year for that. And the most important thing which we've noticed at the beginning is that Spotify is third radio in Poland. Among the age between 16 and 55, one out of the 4 people uses Spotify on a monthly basis. This is big. And especially that Spotify is not that old as some of those radios. They are much younger in our market. Introducing the gender, age, and education. This is a very important slide. We can see that on Spotify we have a slightly higher number of females, but still the gender split is somewhere around 50%. What is important to notice here is that the biggest part of Spotify users are between 16 and 34. Still, 38% is from 35 to 56. But we need to remember that those users, which are in the first age group, they're going to be growing and they're going to be still using the platform, and they're going to be more decisive on a daily decision. What they're going to be buying, what brands they're going to be choosing, it's our future target group and your future clients. In terms of education, we can see that the higher steps on Spotify is with the primary, secondary, and higher education. The vocational is much lower than in terms of the radio. And here, I know it's a lot, but we can see that on Spotify we have a lot of students, as I mentioned, a lot of young people on the platform, but we also have a semi-professionals and non-other manual worker, professional and officials, and also a big part of that are owners on the private companies. In terms of the net household income, we can see that 56% of household income is above 6,000 Polish zlotys on a monthly basis. So this group is a really big one. Those people have money and they know how to spend their money. So definitely it's a great target group to reach. Next few slides, being precise, 3 of them, is going to be showing the same split, like the same split between incremental reach of Spotify within radio, and reach without Spotify users. But what is important and what we need to focus here is the group in terms of the years. So here we have the whole group between 16 and 55 years old. And as you can see, still Spotify is on the 3rd place, getting the more incremental reach from the 3rd radio. But how it's changing with the age groups? When we're gonna use the group between 16 and 34 years old, then the situation is changing. It's dynamic. So we can see that it's only one radio which is slightly higher in terms of the numbers than Spotify, but then all of the other radios, they are not a competition for such a platform as Spotify. And giving that into also smaller audience between 16 and 24, as I mentioned, those users are very important because they're going to be choosing their brands for the future. There is no single radio that has higher reach than Spotify. And incremental reach of Spotify is the highest among the youngest respondents. So this is the slide we definitely need to remember. We've also compared the reach between the internet radio stations, but as you can see, still there is no competition for Spotify. At least 1 of 3 people listening to the major internet radios also listens to Spotify. And last but not least, we are always hearing from the clients that YouTube Music is one of the biggest competitors for Spotify. But here we can see that nearly half of the YouTube Music users use Spotify as well. And then among other streaming services, users don't tend to co-use them. So Spotify is the biggest incremental reach at this point. I hope you're not sleeping. I hope you're, I know it's really tough to combine, numbers with the charts and make it interesting, but I think that those numbers were quite interesting and gave you at least a bigger picture of what we are doing at Spotify and what are the possibilities and how it looks in Poland. Let's move to the best practices from Spotify and Aleph. First one we would like to introduce you to is a case study with Rossmann. We've done the research with Kantar for that, and I've splitted this case study into 3 parts. First is challenge, so how Spotify could impact the Czujesz Klimat campaign of Rossmann. Then we have approach, so what is the core of the research, and then the insight, so how we can increase the brand awareness and message association for the client. First one, challenge. Czujesz Klimat is the campaign which is connecting the client, the environmental sensitivity, and the music. So the task was to combine concept of the planet care with the music and encourage people to visit Rossmann Brand Zone at the Open Air Festival. What was Spotify's role? Of course, to support the message and to strengthen the connection between the brand, music, and environmental sensitivity. We were using audio spot with a companion banner, and we wanted to see how significant impact Spotify could have on the campaign. But let's get more into detail. What was the approach? We were using a quantitative survey-based approach with a split between a control group and an exposed group to determine the effect of exposure at the end. Our target group were male and females, aged between 18 and 50, only Spotify non-premium users interested in ecology and music festivals. As I mentioned before, the platform was Spotify, 2 audio spots, 10 and 20 seconds with the companion banner. And here we have the insights. So thanks to the campaign on Spotify, Rossmann recorded a significant increase of the brand awareness. We've divided the numbers into creative and branding metrics. So let's start with the creative part. Well-evaluated quality of the creative shown the sensational brand and relevance score. You can see at the numbers that both spots are above the norm, and it's showing a significant interest from the users. And also, the stop and look indicates that both creatives attract an attention of the audience. Moving into the brand metrics, which is more in terms of percentage points, this part resulted in a 10 and 15% point increase in spontaneous brand awareness, and a 5 and 25 and 33 percentage points increase of a message association. But let's move to the exact campaign of Rossmann. So here you have a real case study which we were running with Rossmann, with audio everywhere, target group 18 between 44, and the market Poland. So here you can see that we have 2 different spots. One is a 10-second spot, which we were using in the first 2 weeks of the campaign. And for the next 2 weeks, we were using the audio spot with the 20 seconds. Let's listen to those different spots and hope you're gonna notice the difference. Let's see the first one.
Czujesz klimat? Spotkajmy się na festiwalach w strefie Rossmana. Już od 28 czerwca na Openerze.
And now let's move to the second one, the longer one.
Czujesz klimat? Spotkajmy się na festiwalach w strefie Rossmana. Już od 28 czerwca na Openerze. Chcesz wiedzieć więcej? Kliknij w baner lub wejdź na www.rossman.pl/czujesz klimat.
So, as you hopefully noticed, the first 10 seconds on the longest spot was exactly the same as the 10 seconds on the first spot. But the second spot was longer with the call to action. And this was a game changer. The Rossmann asked users to, if they want to learn more, click on the banner or go to their website. And that's how the CTR increased 3 times comparing to the spot where they didn't have a call to action. So this is very important, and I want to pay your attention into creating the audio digital spots. Of course, you can always use your radio spot, but here you can have also a companion banner which is clickable, which can redirect the users wherever you wish. It can be your website, it can be your social portal, whatever you're gonna choose. With the CTR higher than 3 times, as we saw in Rossmann, it's very important to have a call to action in your spot. Let's move to something different. It's not only about audio. So Spotify, of course, is the best experience with the audio, but in terms of the Spotify research, it says that every user is spending 1 minute out of 5 with the platform. So they are playing with the platform, they are looking for the new playlist, for the new songs, they are sharing the music with their colleagues, and this is the time we can also serve them a video formats. Here is the example of Perła campaign with a video takeover only on the mobile devices. The target group was between 18 and 34. And as you can see, the benchmark of Spotify in terms of CTR is 1.6, but we've almost doubled that with the creatives from Perła. What is very important to notice here is the average frequency 1.7. So with the Spotify users, you don't have to bombard them with your spot. They are very into the platform, they are listening to whatever they need, and they are very focused on what's going on with the platform. So if they want to click, they will just click. Let's see the spot of Perła.
Niesie mnie do tych, z którymi rozmowy są o wszystkim. I zupełnie o niczym. Niesie mnie tam, gdzie się dzieje dużo. Albo jeszcze więcej. W to samo miejsce. Do tych samych ludzi.
No, kogo tu niesie?
Perła niesie do przyjaciół.
With this spot, you can easily see how it fits platform very well. It's a bunch of people spending their time together, having fun, playing some sports, listening to music, also with the product in hand. So this is also making this ad very suitable for the platform. But moving to something even bigger in terms of the CTRs, as you can see, the CTRs are speaking by themselves. The client, Pepsi, they were using a music star for this campaign. Formats, we were using its multi-format, targeting all people over 18 with a hip-hop and pop interest. So with this crazy video, we've reached almost 8% on mobile devices. I didn't see so many, such a high CTRs for years, to be honest. And even comparing that to the Spotify benchmark 1.6, this is huge. Also, we got really good results in desktop, and audio everywhere is more than double of the benchmark. But let's see the spot, because I think it's going to be really interesting.
Zero snu, nie ma zwycięstw bez porażek. Zero snu, nic nie przyjdzie przez przypadek. Będą pluć, będą gadać, będą śmiać się. Miałam płakać, leżąc na dnie, lecz na drugiej mnie haster mam. Zero snu, zero snu, zero snu, nie ma zwycięstw bez porażek. Zero snu, zero snu, zero snu, nic nie przyjdzie przez przypadek.
So, as you can see, the cooperation with this music star can increase heavily the results of the campaigns, but it's not always that you need to invest a lot. I want to show you the last but not least example of the great creative way working with the Spotify. This is a branded profile of Lidl Polska, where Lead created 20 public playlists, and they have more than 1K of observers at their playlists. So you can see that they've already created a playlist for Christmas. They had a playlist for the Halloween. They are also using some celebrities at Kinga Paruzel, Karol Okrasa to create their own playlist for the Lead clients. Many well-known topic as the Spanish Week, Asian Week, but also what is worth to notice is that almost 1.3 observers at the Italian Week. We've put the Spotify code in a Lead newspaper, and that's how it increased the check of the playlist. But great example and very interactive is the playlist Jak sobota, to idę na zakupy, moim ulubionym miejscem Lidl, parking, pam, pam, pam. It was really heavy for me not to sing that because we all well known the Lead spot, and I think we are hearing that all the time with us. But this is a very great creative way how you can bring the attention from your users, and how you can also share that on your social medias with your clients. As Lidl put the Spotify code in their newspaper so people can just scan it and go directly to the playlists. It's a great option, especially for the younger generation, because those people are really appreciating of what we are bringing to them. If it's creative, if it's made for them, if it's tailored, and they are really keen to share that, to discuss about that, and of course, what is the most important, listen to the music on the profile. just to summarize, I think we went through the very interesting slides. I've showed you some country research, so the real numbers. I show you some case study. Please remember that we have a really interesting target group in the platform. It's not the content that the platform is choosing for those users. They are listening to music, they want to listen, and they are very active with that. So as I mentioned, if they want to click, they will click. Secondly, don't be afraid to be creative. Of course, you can use the celebrities. It's always great to bring the awareness and also use the bigger reach, but being creative, I'm saying you don't have to spend a lot of money. You can pick a playlist, you can choose your own playlist, you can build your own playlist, and just be active on your socials and bring the attention from the users. Build the bridge between you and the Spotify users, because as I mentioned at the beginning, those are going to be the users that's going to be discussing and deciding in a few years what's they're going to be buying and how they're going to be buying. So please be creative and be for them. And one very important thing, the measurement possibilities. This is something that is fully different from radio perspective. We can have a companion banner. If there is a proper CTA, you can measure a lot of other possibilities than only radio with the audio spot. So this is very important to use those measurements for you in the future. But my presentation was quite short. We didn't have too much time. If you would like to hear more about the research, Spotify versus radio, we can show you more results. Easily just scan this code and don't miss it. Also, additionally, we're going to be launching by Aleph the new report, Media Essentials, in 2023. If you want to see also those results, we will be happy to share it with you. Easily scan the code and register. If you didn't have a chance to scan the code in the meantime when I was speaking, you have all the contact details here. You can easily reach out to me or my team here in Poland, and we will be happy to serve you and help you with the strategy as 2024 is coming. Thank you so much for your attention, and keep in touch.
And now it's time to welcome Arleta Robinson. Arleta, welcome to CMO Summit CEE stage. You are here today representing the Association of Polish Advertising Producers, and you will talk about standards and principles. And you have invited your international colleagues. So welcome also to Miriam and Steven. Hello. Hello, Germany. Hello. And hello, UK.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for inviting us.
Hello. Thank you, Marta, for having me here today at this conference. And good day to all the guests who have signed in for CMO Summit CEE. And thank you, guys, for joining me. Thank you, Miriam and Steve, for joining me for today's panel. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I leave you in the hands of producers.
Before we get down to our main topic today, i.e. the universal principles of engagement in advertising film production, I would like the three of you to talk a bit more about our background, i.e. about the associations that we represent. And let me just start with myself. This is going to be really brief. I am proud to be the chairwoman of Polish Association of Advertising Producers. At the moment, we represent the majority of production houses in Poland, and for the last 6-7 months, we have been a proud member of something bigger than just Polish Association, that is CFP, Commercial Film Producers of Europe. Miriam.
Hello, my name is Miriam. I'm the chairwoman of the German Producers Alliance. Our association established in 1966. And in 2010, we joined the German Producers Alliance, the big umbrella association, which is the country's biggest community of film producers in Germany. We as an association, we aim to give our members a voice while focusing on helping them to be competitive. We offer advice and support. We organize workshops, programs at universities to encourage new talent. We provide quality training for our members, promote creativity, and work to raise awareness of international trends.
Thank you. How about you, Steve?
I run the Advertising Producers Association in the UK. Our mission is to create the best possible business environment for members to operate in. So that's standard contracts, crew terms, training, promoting them, creating opportunities for them at home and abroad. We've done overseas sales missions in China and Japan, keeping them up to date with new opportunities, whether it's in AI or tech, anything that helps their business move forward.
Thank you. But the three of us are, as I said before, members of something bigger, commercial film producers of Europe. And I think the right person to talk the background of CFPE is you, Steve, because you are the leading person of our federation.
Am I? I'm not sure about that, but I've probably been involved in it for longer. I mean, it's a democratic organisation where each country has the same voice, but the idea of Commercial Film Producers Europe is a federation of the producers associations around Europe. And it means that we share information about what's happening in different markets, because what happens first in, say, Italy, a client initiative or something will then spread to other countries. So we're then understanding of that. We can share opportunities, we can share standards. And I think it's also important when we talk about standards to talk about why they exist. They don't exist because we like creating standards. They exist because they are the foundation of great creative work, and they create an environment with solid contractual basis and fair competition amongst competitors in which creative work can thrive and do the best possible for the client.
Okay, so I just wanted the three of us to talk about our background, because I believe it is important for our panel here. This conference is for CMOs from across Europe, and the three of us here speak for our local associations, but also for the associations from across Europe and even beyond. And I believe this panel here is a meeting point for CMOs and for the producers across Europe. So let's get down to the universal principles of engagement in advertising film production. And let me just briefly go through all the principles, and then we will go back to some of them to discuss them in more detail. The whole idea of universal principles was to come up with rules that would allow us, producers, to meet clients' expectations. This is our main goal as producers. We are here to meet clients' needs, whether they are creative or whether they are technical. But in order to do this, we, the three parties of the production process, i.e. producers, clients, and agencies, we need to create an environment which is mutually respectful, which allows for collaborative spirit and also for professionalism. And all the following universal principles are here to ensure that. Non-disclosure agreements, I'm sure you all know, and you know what non-disclosure agreements are. For me, it is important to stress that they are not here just to protect clients or protect agencies, but they are also here to protect the input, be it creative or technical or any other that lies on the side of producers. The next one is maximum of 3 bids. We believe as producers that this is the right number, 3 production companies to participate in a bid to make the outcome successful for the clients and for the agencies and for us, of course. And I'm sure Miriam will be talking more about this later on. Contract in writing, pretty self-explanatory, but again, this is something I believe Steve will talk about later on in detail. And working on fixed bids or cost-plus contracts, fixed bids. This is obviously an amount of money agreed upon prior to production, and that means that producers can accept all the risks of the production. But there are, of course, cases that there are many unknown variables that make it impossible to estimate a job, and in such cases we producers recommend using cost plus fixed fee, which is known as cost plus. Upfront payment, interest on late payments, and cancellation provisions. These 3 are to do with payments. And they are extremely important, of course, for us because we as production houses are businesses. And in order to run production successfully, we need to receive upfront payments. And again, this is something that I'm sure Steve will elaborate on, so will Miriam later on. Interest on late payments, if payments don't happen on time, we obviously need to use our own financial resources or any bank loans, mortgages, or any other tools that cost. And cancellation fees or provisions. This is in case a production is cancelled, and it doesn't matter whether it is 1 day into production or a week into a production. We as producers start working once the green light, the job goes. And we start employing people, renting equipment. We make all sorts of commitments that require to be paid for. Choices of suppliers. In order to be responsible for the whole process of production, we need to be free to make our choices. And this one is very interesting, and it's connected with contract in writing. It is absolutely crucial for us to, for the entity that contracts us to be responsible for the payment. And the last 2, which are my favorite, diversity and the environment, they are to do with ESG. We obviously are committed to creating workforces that are inclusive, accessible, and truly representative. We perceive it as our social responsibility. And the environment, the 3 of us actually, producers as well as agencies and clients, should commit to minimizing the environmental impact of a production. So these are the 12 universal principles. Have a look at who has endorsed them. There's a long list that I believe is important because it shows that it is absolutely crucial to put these universal principles of engagement into practice. And if you wish to find out more about universal principles, you can find them on the CFP site under resources or on Polish Advertising Producers Association website under recommendation. Let me just go back to the universal principles. You can see them all now. And I guess we can discuss some of them in more detail. Steve, which one of these is most crucial from your perspective?
Which is my favourite principle. That's hard to choose. I mean, it really flows together. Some points are clearly more important than others. If you take the first one, that you identify the client's needs, that really goes with having a contract in writing. I think that's critical because you want to make sure that the client and the production company, the agency are all aligned. I mean, there may have been several versions of the script and treatment flying around. You want to make sure that it's clear who's making it, what is being made, and who is responsible for what. And occasionally people have said to me, oh, I don't need a contract in writing because we trust each other. But that is naive in my view, because what you want to do is to make sure that what you think you're doing for the client and what the client thinks they're getting are the same thing. And the safest way to do that is to put it on paper. And then if there's a miscommunication, misunderstanding at the start, it's very easy to sort that out. Whereas if it happens at the end and say the client thinks you're doing post-production and the production company doesn't think it's doing post-production, that's an issue, an argument, a dispute about money. So you avoid all that and you avoid things going wrong by having that clarity in a written document up front.
But when we were discussing our panel a couple of days ago, you also mentioned it is absolutely crucial that we discuss upfront payment. And I want you to elaborate on this one because it is crucial.
Sure. Well, I mean, production companies are generally small entities, entrepreneurial businesses making commercials for much bigger entities, and they have to pay out a lot of money quickly. They have to pay out a lot of money quickly to get the best deal for the client on things like, say, camera equipment. And also, crucially, they are paying crew. That's the main part of their outgoings. And for crew, that's their wages. It's not they're not business creditors who might wait 2 or 3 months for the money. These are people, they rely upon that to pay their own rent or mortgage or whatever else. And these people, we try and pay very quickly. In the UK, it's 7 days. So we need that money up front because we're paying money out straight away. And we need the second payment quickly as well. And in the UK, that system works quite well through the standard contract. But of course, it always needs managing. And if it's questioned, then we explain it in that way to clients, and they're generally accepting of it.
I find it very interesting that because we've been in the business obviously for many years already, and it is a point of discussion still in many countries, not just in Poland, probably not just in Germany or any other country of European Union. And it is because clients very rarely realize that we spend majority of our budgets, of production budget, prior to the shooting day. It is usually 50 to 70% that we actually use up before actually going into shooting, and hence the need for upfront payment. There is another universal principle here that is especially interesting, and I guess clients don't always understand why we want to minimize the number of bids. Miriam.
Yeah, you pointed out one of my favorite principles. Actually, I think we need to adjust it because in our opinion, pitches needs to get paid in the future. So that's why we as an association, together with the Directors Association in Germany, we developed a pitch reform. We developed actually a pitch pricing model that serves as a basis from all pitches from 2024 onwards. So we really consider the pitch fee above all as an expression of appreciation and quality assurance. And we think that it's more than overdue to invent this. I would like to discuss it with you because I think losing money in a process that doesn't guarantee work for the people involved is kind of an outdated and, quite frankly, unfair practice.
Yeah, I fully support and agree. And I also believe that most of the guests of today's conference are CMOs at companies that follow ESG's rules. And it seems like all these universal principles align with honesty, transparency that should prevail in business generally on a regular basis. But let me just go back to this question of maximum of 3 bids, whether they are paid for or not, but why should we limit the number of bids? Because usually clients go out and think, oh, let's just invite everybody. Miriam.
Yeah, I think that if you invite more than 3 competitors, the whole process doesn't work good in the end. I don't know. We can't expand resources on so many areas, and we need to keep the whole process as healthy as possible to ensure that we will not drown out the production companies, little small boutique shops in the future. They need to have a realistic chance to win the pitch. So, and the more participants you have in a pitch, the less chance they have to win the pitch in the end. And that's a very unhealthy situation for everybody, especially for the talents. And we need the talents to get great work done.
But I also believe the maximum of 3 bids is actually something that works for the clients as well, because then they get the best quality. And also on their side, they can go through and analyze the bids that they receive in much more detail, more thoroughly, more honestly. And what lies behind this idea to me is that we just want to meet the expectations of our clients at the highest possible level. If we organize bids with plenty, 10, 15 bidders, then the quality goes away, dissolves. That's my feeling. There is another one here.
Yeah. And one more thing, you have to bring the money into the film on the screen and not into the pitch process. You know, we shouldn't waste the money in the pitching process. So whenever you can limit the number of participants, it will directly go into the project and not into the pre-production phase.
And let me just go back.
It's very much your client's interest. Sorry, I was just going to say it's very much your client's interest too, because if you say you're going to have 5 bidders, then lots of directors say, well, I'm not going to participate in that. It's a huge amount of work and effort, so I won't bother. Or smaller companies who can't afford the pitch costs, which average maybe 7,000 or 8,000 euros a pitch, they won't bother either. So you're excluding people from that. And also, as you mentioned, if you're reviewing it as a client, too much choice is worse. You want to be able to choose between 3 good people. You don't want to have to review because that's a waste of your resources as well. So it doesn't work for anybody.
Exactly. So the quality is very important here, and limiting the number of bids seems to be working for the quality, not against it. So for the client, at the end of the day, not against the client. There's one more point here, cancellation provisions, which is, as I said before, something the clients like to discuss and doubt. How does it work in your countries, Miriam?
We have a pretty good stated sentence in our bid letter. What's happening if if it comes to a cancellation. And there's a law, and we pretty much stick to that. So if a cancellation occurs, the client has to pay, unfortunately, even though the production company is trying to limit it, the amount of cancellation fee as much as possible. But as Steve explained earlier, in our production industry, we need to we need to contract great talents way in advance, and then you can't just let them go and say, well, the client decided not to do the project. So cancellation is, it doesn't occur often, which is good in Germany. But if it comes to the cancellation, the client has to pay the cancellation fee, of course.
Is it difficult in England, or is it like pretty obvious and all sides involved accept this, Steve?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're talking here only about cancellation because the client feels like it, not because the production company's done anything wrong.
Yes.
When you've booked someone's time and effort and they've incurred expense and you need to pay for that. And in our standard contract in the UK, the client pays depending on how far away from the first shoot date the cancellation is. So they always pay the costs incurred, and then they pay a percentage of the producers and directors' fees and the markup in the budget, not on the costs incurred because they might be quite small. That gradually ramps up so that if you cancel within 7 days of the shoot, you're paying 100% of those things. And people understand that. And of course, clients can make informed decisions because they can look at that and they can look at how much it would cost to cancel it. And sometimes, having been involved in the discussions, I've seen that a client's worked out that actually I've committed sort of 60% of the money already, so I may as well continue and make the shoot. But they can make the decision they wish, but they can make an informed decision if you have a structure for cancellation costs in the contract.
Thank you, Steve. My favorite here, of course, they are important, and very often they to do all these universal principles, or at least some of them, they to do with business success for producers. But there are the last two, diversity and the environment. They are not connected directly with finances or successful business, but they're extremely important, especially the last one. And I have chosen the environment to discuss myself or discuss with you guys. But this is very important since, as we all know, climate changes are here. There is no option to deny it. And we as producers believe that we should be making all necessary adjustments, starting from, I don't know, the number of cars that we use in production or the quality of the cars that we use in production, going through catering, thinking about a number of crew members, thinking about the numbers of travel days, especially when it comes to flying. So these are all important things that we as producers want to take into consideration, and we do take into consideration to save our planet. I am myself participating in a webinar on green production, or I have been participating recently, and somebody brought it to my attention that taking care about the environment in film production, especially advertising film production, is not just the responsibility of the producer or a production house. The thinking about green production starts from the very beginning, from thinking about strategies, thinking about first creative ideas. So actually it goes, the responsibility for the environment stretches onto clients and onto agencies to apply ecological thinking from the very beginning of structuring stories. And it was very interesting for me because I didn't think about this, but this is actually quite important that the three parties involved in the process have got their work to do here. Right, so these are all the universal principles, and they are obviously extremely important for us as producers in Poland, Germany, UK, and across Europe. Why do you think they are important to our clients, to CMOs who are here today listening to us? Steve.
Well, I think having a structure in place, as I mentioned at the beginning, it's something you can kind of take for granted where it exists, but it's a structure for creating great work. And if we refer to one of those principles, the upfront payment and the prompt payment, the second 50, in markets where producers don't get paid promptly, and there are some around the world like Greece and China, where producers are often not paid for months, the production companies' efforts and ingenuity really go into finance and balancing the books and keeping going and moving money around. So they're thinking about that more than they're thinking about the creative work for their clients. So it's much better for clients to have an environment in which a production company has a secure structure and can spend most of its time and ingenuity in making the commercial as good as it possibly can be.
Miriam, what do you think?
Yeah, I totally agree. Consistent production standards are good for the three parties, for clients, agencies, and production companies. That's, to be honest, it's a no-brainer. So I can't really add something. It's good to have standards.
I think on my side, I think that we cannot think of better business or better future, or even future, if we don't apply principles that would build respect, honesty, and transparency. And I believe universal principles of engagement in advertising film productions are all about that. Miriam, Steve, thank you so much for joining me here on our panel about universal principles. And thank you, everybody. Thank you to all the guests who have signed in for this panel. Hope you enjoyed it and hope you will find it useful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and now let's give the voice to the marketers. And I'm very happy to welcome in the studio my great guests and key speakers. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
And we have with us Barbara Pijanowska.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Credit Agricole.
Yes, sure.
Katarzyna Skrzeczyńska, H&M.
Hi, thank you for the invite.
And Darek Maciołek, BNP Paribas.
Hello, good to see you.
And you are a part of working in your organizations. You are members of the board of Polish Federation of Advertisers. It's a new body on our market, in our industry. You and your colleagues, you decided to create this organization which gathers marketing top managers to meet some goals, very important goals. For many, many years, we had on Polish business landscape, organizations that gather different parts of the industry, but it seems like there was no such a body, as we said, that represents the interests of marketers, advertisers. And what happened now, quite recently, is the creation of Polish Federation of Advertisers. So please share with us why have you decided to establish such an association?
I think that mentioning about us, you exactly gave the reason why. Because so far, Poland was kind of a white spot, globally speaking, where many different representatives of the stakeholders of the advertising market, the marketing market in Poland were existing, except one voice of marketers, of the companies that in fact are financing the market and its development. So it was one of the key reasons why Poland was a white spot, which is not the case right now.
And when we can look on the global picture, we see, in example, World Federation of Advertisers, which represents marketeers, and we wanted to have such body in Poland. And we are also cooperating now with WFA, and within this cooperation, we will be representing loudly voice of marketeers in Poland. And as Basia said, we are the brands that finance the whole industry, and it's important to be visible, to be loud, and to be hearable for all market.
I totally agree, and let me add that I think it's super important because so far everything that was happening on the market was pretty much in the interest of media or the agencies. And now we will have our strong voice. Sometimes we will have the same interest as agencies, and we are willing to cooperate and establish some standards together. But there will be cases when the interest of marketers will be a different one versus other sides of the market. So we are here to state this interest very loudly and work for the better standards for us.
If I may, I would like one comment more, because Darek referred to World Federation of Advertisers. And this federation share on different markets the thesis, the perspective that it's very important for the balance and for the proper market development to have all different stakeholders represented on the market. So that's why it's not only the matter to be efficient for organization, for the marketing in its role on the business, but as well to have a real impact, real influence on developing the market as such with the best standards. So I think that if there are a lot of, globally speaking, different markets with such an experience, why not to balance this situation locally here in Poland?
And yes. One thing more I would like to add, because first we need to be a representation of marketeers, but also we want to strongly cooperate with organizations that we have on the market, like agencies ones or producers ones and so on. So we want to really cooperate and build the better market for all of us.
Yes, and we will come to this, I hope, during the conversation. And I would like to stress it a lot, and I have done it already when I interviewed Anya, the CEO of Federation, that I'm super happy that the Federation exists and was born, because for the past, I think, 5 years, we've been organizing CMO Summits, CMO lunches, CMO breakfasts, CMO Awards, and I could see that there is a need for you advertisers to meet, to exchange thoughts and experiences, and to create something. So that's great, and I'm really happy that you guys decided to be here today and to talk to your colleagues, because let's remind ourselves and our viewers that who is watching us today, these are mainly top marketing managers, not only from Poland, but across Europe as well. So that may be also an encouragement for other markets, for those markets who do not have associations that gather marketers, advertisers. When we look at the chart above us, we see 4 statements. And as I understand, these are the 4 most important, for the time being, goals that you as the Federation have and work on. So let's start with cross-media.
I can take this one.
I thought so.
I am a sponsor of the group working at this focus area. I would call it our focus areas for the nearest future. And this is a very long topic that has been discussed for years now on Polish advertising market. There is a lack of cross-media measurement, and we are struggling with that. I can say that from also a very media background that this is needed, and this need is not only seen by advertisers but also by agencies. There are different stakeholders in the market that see that need, but also when that happens, because I believe it will be a huge change for the whole market, and this is also a reason why some sides of the market are a bit hesitant to take this huge step. And I believe that one of the reasons why this discussion is on air for so long and no groundbreaking changes happened yet was that it was mainly discussion of each particular advertiser plus media and agencies. And right now we are here to state the voice of advertisers, the one that are actually budgeting the whole industry. And within budgeting the industry and budgeting the media, we would expect to see the measurement that we can really trust and that we can really use to get the best out of advertising investments. So this group is already live working on this topic, and hopefully very soon we will meet with other organizations on the market that have been working on this topic. We also plan to contact World Federation of Advertisers and also use the knowledge that they have from other markets, so that we have a full view of opportunities, and there are advantages and disadvantages to each one of that, and then if any of you are interested in joining our working group, that you will be more than welcome to do so.
And probably it's also worth mentioning that on each markets, when advertiser organization appeared, it was a huge step to move forward in cross-media and cross-media discussion and looking for one source surveys and research. So we believe that also having us on the market, it will move on the work on the cross-media surveys.
Yes, of course. I believe that everything behind our 4 areas of focus, it's not the full scope of subjects we would like to deal with, is efficiency. So when you fully understand what stands behind 4 of these areas, it's the matter of efficiency. In many different dimensions, in many different perspectives. We want to be efficient in terms of planning our marketing campaigns, deliver added value to the business, building the role of the marketing and marketers on the market. So I think in these 4 areas, what is a keyword is exactly the efficiency. So maybe I will switch for a while to marketing efficiency, campaign efficiency, because it's very much connected with this first
we need
scope.
Good measurement in order to be efficient.
While having this good measurement, good understanding, good benchmarking, because it's important at the same time to mention the benchmarking, we are able to create better value in terms of marketing efficiency. So, and then going further, while having the efficiency, it's much easier to create a proper role of marketers within the organization. Because I think it's always the matter of 2 sides. We want to be perceived by the business as a areas who are responsible for understanding the market, understanding the customers, and driving the business. But on the other hand, we need to prove our added value to the businesses, to our CEOs, to our CFOs. So that's why I'm mentioning the efficiency, going through all those 4 areas of focus.
So once you've touched upon this one, let's stay here. And those of you who have attended our previous CMO summits have seen that each time we try to have also some insightful presentations or speeches from executive searches. Such a situation is happening today as well. And we talk about the role of marketers, of CMOs in the organization. So it's also very exciting that you have it on your agenda as well. So let's talk about this group, because I know, and I think you are the leader of the of the group focusing on strengthening the role of marketing within the organization.
Yes, and we believe that it's very important to deliver, to be part of ones that deliver business. And we are very young, but we are also experienced enough to see that through my last 20 years of work in marketing, it was always an issue that marketing was seen sometimes like people who are doing like pictures, movies, and so on. That's why as an organization that wants to move forward our market, we believe that efficiency, measuring efficiency, giving some tips how to do it, and then creating the business, it's a key role of marketeers to be part of the table in a discussion in all our companies about how we want to move our business forward, how we want to acquire customers, and be part of decision-making process. Really important one, because that's where comes from business growth. So we believe that showing how marketing works, educate the market to show connection between procurement, marketing, finance, and C-level members, it's really crucial to build the role of marketing and to create our value, to show how we create our value. Because as Basia said, we had good understanding of the market, we had very good understanding of the customers' experience, and all these elements are really critical to acquire new customers, to sustain this who we have. So I believe that's, if I would choose one the key objective of us is creating and showing the role of marketeers.
What I think, Darek, that is important, and we believe it can give us a power, is that we are representing many different sectors. So we are, from many different type of business. In some of sectors, marketing is more matured, is maybe more exposed as a role in a business development. In some, maybe a little bit less. So exchanging those different perspectives, different experiences, and at the same time, the best practice, how to do it, to allocate the marketing team properly within the structure of the company, I believe that it is something very important and can be very fruitful for us. So this diversity, in a sense, of different experiences are very important for us.
Yeah, especially when you are talking about the mature of different sectors, different marketeers. It's really important that we have diversity of marketeers, and we will be growing. So that's place when we can share the best practices, share the knowledge that every other sector can use it for themselves.
Yeah, and I think that what we would like to do and what we really believe, it's kind of a win-win situation. Our goal is not only to educate the market, educate the business, that there is a special and important place for the marketing in the business growth. But at the same time, we would like to provide to the marketers, to the organization, a very specific solution. Like we said, that, it's all connected. So that's why we wanted to deliver the single source of data, to deliver proper KPI measurement, monitoring of business efficiency. So exactly, we are not only saying that we want to educate and to say that it is an important role, but as well to give the marketers the very practical approach and solutions to maybe not fight for the place. It's wording, it's not a fight, but giving the proof that we are able to have tools that are translating exactly marketing and its KPI into the business growth.
And then each one of us is representing different company, but I believe that giving those tools and setting the standards, this will benefit all of us as a market, and then each one of us individually and each organization that is a part of our federation.
And when we look on the part of the year that we are now, it's more or less budgeting process. So when we looked how the process goes in different organizations, it's like, okay, we need to cut some budget. And mostly it's like, maybe marketing. We can cut it because it's the easiest way in short run. But we want to also show and give the tools like measurements, like single source, that marketing, it's not short run, it's a long run. And we need to have tools, and also our colleagues from different sectors in marketing need the tools to show the boards that it's not best solution to cut the marketing budget, because within 3, 4, even 6 months, maybe it won't happen anything bad. But after these 6 months, we can see how our brand is decreasing and the acquisition is less efficient than before. So in this part of the year, it's really important to talk about the efficiency of the marketing and to creating how we are building the business.
And I think that especially facing the challenges nowadays, so within such demanding times when customers are more and more demanding, where markets are more and more competitive, I think we are facing the situation that the marketing and proper marketing is kind of a mixture with a short-term approach and a long-term approach you've mentioned. So that's why I think it's kind of a challenge for us as well to define what is the better balance between those two approaches, short-term and the long-term, and how to deal with such approach, how to solve this approach, and how to deliver to our organization the proof of life. And my sentence, which I really believe and I really like while discussing within the company, to treat marketing rather as an investment, not just a cost.
I'm a great believer of long terms and partnership. And if you look at my website, of Shortlist website, the first thing you see says it all starts with relationship. So let's go now to my favorite part, which is about building relationships and about cooperation with partners. And I know this is another group, another topic that is very important on your agenda, white paper of cooperation. You mentioned production houses, you mentioned, or you haven't mentioned maybe yet, pitches, but since I am in a pitch business and we had a hopefully very interesting presentation in the morning about standards in pitching processes. What is the goal of this group and what do you hope to achieve by meeting the goal?
So who is the...
I'm the second sponsor of this one, so I can take the question. We also kicked off this group focusing on this area. And there was a lot of discussion. What exactly do we mean by setting standards of cooperation with agencies and media? Like, which type of agencies are we talking about? Media agencies only, or are we talking also about creative agencies, production agencies? Like, there is so much in there, and in the long run, we of course want to set standards for all these topics. We are now in a very specific time of the year that is budgeting times, but also we are waiting for the TV stations to announce what will be the buying policy for next year. So it seems like our most urgent topic would be setting the cooperation and relationship with media and media agencies as a first step, because we do believe that we should have strong voice on how does it work with announcing new buying policies. For example, or mainly by TV stations, and as ones who are the buying side and financing side, we should have a say on how our media bought, because my personal belief is that we should keep it simple, and we should aim for the buying policies to be as understandable as possible, because that will make life easier for actually all sides, including media, but of course also media agencies and ourselves. So I think this will be our most urgent topic for this moment, but we do want to extend this dialogue to also other types of agencies on the market.
This is exactly the mixture of short-term and long-term run.
Yes.
We focused, due to everything what Kasia explained, to make a first step to start building the dialogue with media agency. However, our approach is, again, I'm coming back to efficiency. While we want to be efficient, we need to have all elements in place, all components covered. So that's why our approach is not only to have a dialogue, to have a cooperation with our media agency, but with many different stakeholders. We believe that only with this approach we can build a long-term efficiency. So that's why we have this short-term approach and long-term to have all stakeholders around the table and build a dialogue about everything what we've mentioned so far.
Yes, and it's also worth to add that when we are talking about white papers of cooperation, we believe that key is building the relation between different parts of the markets. And if we had good relation, good setup of values, of rules, how we want to cooperate, it's easier for everyone to have good results. I would add only one example, because this initiative is ongoing, like white papers for pitches. And 2 days ago, we had a launch of new communication that different organizations, including our organization, is part of communication that's showing how to set up good rules of pitches. And if you didn't see it so far, I encourage you to see this this communication bingo.
You should have spoken to the camera.
Okay, let's do it once more.
No, definitely. I agree, because I've been working in the new business forever. I won't even mention how long, but for the last 10 years running Shortlist Consulting, we do work as a pitching consulting company for clients, and I think the rules are there to be obeyed. And the better you use the standards, the better result you have. So it's as simple as that. So yes, we encourage you to see the film. We encourage you to follow the standards. Talking about standards, the leitmotiv of today's conference is better standards equals better business plus better future. What does it mean for you, and how do you hope your federation can contribute to keeping the standard alive and true.
I love this topic of the conference because I think it's like 100% of what we stand for as a federation of advertisers. So there's not much to add. Like, we strongly believe it. Yes, we want to set the standards. We want to be the voice of the marketers, and we do believe that it will bring business results to all of us, and not only all of us advertisers. I believe that it can also have good influence of agencies and media business, actually. And that sounds like a better future to me.
Yeah, exactly. Especially in the future that is changing so fast, with so different, many demands from the customers, from the market, etc., etc. So I think it's really important for us to be prepared for this more and more challenging, more and more difficult future. So I'm fully agree with this, what Kasia said. However, this future focus, I think, okay, we can say it's a pity that we didn't have the organization, federation of advertisers so far. But maybe, okay, it's not a pity. Maybe it's a very good moment because we can be very much focused on this changing environment, on how to be flexible, how to answer that everything what we assumed like a week ago or a month ago can be not adequate in half of a year. So I think that this future focus is exactly perfect for us right now, without saying that it's a pity that we were not, existing earlier.
But on the other hand, it's a great opportunity to empower marketeers and go together for this walk or trip for all of us. So I believe that this name of the whole conference, when we saw it, we said, it's like about us. So we cannot miss this opportunity to be here and to share with you our ideas, our targets, our objectives for the Polish Advertising Federation. So that's why we are here.
Thank you very much. I'm doing my best. Every event that we organize has some leitmotiv, and with every edition it's more and more difficult to be creative, but I hope we manage. And we are here as a platform for marketers to talk, and we just give you the stage to share your perspective. So I'm really happy that we had this meeting today and this conversation, and I hope for more. How many members do you have now as a federation?
It's not an easy question because we are growing very rapidly.
Fantastic.
And we are still working on this topic. So we are also here to invite all of you to join us and be part of that voice of the marketers. So if you would like to do that, please contact one of us or find us, and we will be happy to meet with you and discuss that. I think we are about 20 companies at this point, but also big advertising budgets. So we are already having a quite significant chunk of the investments in the market.
Yeah, we've started with over 10, much more than 10 organizations and marketers who are so, committed to formally start the journey with our Federation of Advertisers. But we see that exactly we are, very in line with the market demand. So more and more brands, more and more marketers, more and more companies see the potential in this voice of marketers, and they are, coming to us and they want to join. So we are growing, and as Kasia said, we are invite all of you to join. Yes, more of us, more strong voice and more strong representation.
And talking in the marketing language, we have a lot of hot leads in the pipeline that we want to convert into our members. And probably in the end, we will be like Mango Shop and asking you to call us and join the port. So don't feel that we are treat you as a leads. We are treat you as a valuable members of our organization. So it's growing, and we, as Kasia and Basia said, we have a lot of calls from our friends, and people who we don't know, but they are marketeers, and they are asking how they can become a part of our federation. So it's really a heart-building situation.
And it's fantastic, and it only proves what we said at the beginning, that there is a need to talk, to meet, to exchange the experiences, ideas, and to build the market together. Because even though you are all from different organizations, some of you are maybe competitors, but but at the end of the day, you have a role to create standards for the whole market, from the whole industry, for the better business and for the better future of our brands, of our companies, of our market, and of us as professionals.
Exactly. We with Darek are the best example that, in our everyday job, we are from the banking sector, from financial sector, we are competing. But it's not a problem for us just to create a better market according better standards. I personally believe that while creating better markets, we are creating better space to compete in a more efficient way. So it's not kind of a problem. That's why we are inviting representatives of all the sectors, all the companies. As I said, better organization, better market, better space for competition and for efficiency.
For sure. And when we looked on the global perspective once again, we see that WFA are like 90% of marketing investments in terms of money. We believe that also in Poland we will reach at least 90% to have huge representation of marketers in terms of creating a better space for cooperation, better measurement, better efficiency, and in the end to create this space for marketeers that are seen by business as a partners and partners who are supporting and delivering newcomers to organization.
Fantastic. Fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this conversation, and thank you very much to being here with us today in the studio of CMO Summit CEE. In May, we will have another edition, CMO Summit live. So I hope you will come on the stage with some new ideas, with some new goals, or maybe results from the groups we talked about today. And the stage is all yours to talk to your colleagues, other marketers. Yes, Darek?
Once more in the end. So don't wait too much. Call us, message us through the LinkedIn, emails. We are waiting for you. We had some promotion which is valid for next 5 minutes. So we are really waiting for you to join our organization.
You have to forgive us, we are marketers.
Yeah.
Actually, Darek, you said before the recording you want to work in advertising.
Yes.
There was this beautiful movie years ago when advertising was really a sexy business with children, interviews with little children, I think in kindergarten. I want to work in advertising. I think you have a role.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for watching us. And thank you very much, my co-speakers, my panelists. And I hope to see you very, very soon, latest in May.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our panelists and our previous speakers. I hope you enjoyed it so far. And now we have 2 more very interesting presentations from our experts. So please stay with us. We all have to learn all the time, and all the time. Because this business is changing in a very, very quick mode, and it's very agile. Therefore, now we are talking about leadership through learning. And welcome to Katarzyna Śledziewska, Associate Professor of Warsaw University and Managing Director of the Lab Warsaw University. Hi.
Hi. Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me for this event.
Thank you for being with us yet another time, because we had a chance to meet before, I think 2 or maybe 3 times already during CMO Summits, where you shared different knowledge from your very, very wide scope. But today you will be talking about learning.
And digital transformation.
And digital transformation.
And our digital future and better future, of course.
Hopefully. So the stage is yours, and I leave the audience in your hands, Professor.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm going to talk today about a better future, the future that can we build together and that we can shape for the human beings in this digital era. So what matters for me most in this digital transformation? So digital transformation is, for me, is not just the digital innovations, digital tools, digital technology. This is not only the new business models or new digital solutions, but what is the most important is our role as humans in this process. What we should think about and the questions that are more important nowadays for us is the questions about what we want to achieve in 10 or 20 years, how our lives or our business or our work is going to change, how can we shape our future for the better, for better future, for better business, but also for our better lives. And is it possible to shape a future with human-centered AI? Digital transformation without human is something that is impossible. We are building digital future. We are changing our lives, our business. We are implementing digital tools and changing the organization of our work. We are changing and implementing the new forms of cooperation, of communication, and also our tasks as a result are changing. And for that, we need, of course, to know what to do, how to implement these changes, and how to implement the new skills, the new talents that we are building. For that, we need a strategy. We need to know where we go. We need to know our values, our goals, and we need a strong leadership. And of course, in this digital era, it's very difficult to see where we are going. And especially, it's difficult to know how and to plan our strategies concerning our future work. And the impact of digital transformation of work is a hot topic in the media. Often, all these reports and articles, especially articles, are unfortunately focusing on risks, fears, and anxieties that we've got. So that's why actually very often we hear about robots that are stealing our jobs, that AI that can actually come and steal our high-paying jobs or whatever. So nowadays, what is important is to know what really is going to happen and to see what research can say us about the future. So actually, we know a lot about these changes already, but still it's very difficult to predict the future and our future work. What we know is for sure that technology, generative AI, is substituting routine tasks, but also is complementing not routine tasks. Is of course, in some percentage, is stealing our jobs, but also is creating new. But actually, it's very difficult to get the overall long-term effect. And even if there is more and more research about that, we still don't know what are the implications of this, of our perception of work and of these fears that we've got about the future. Because these implications can be in different areas. For example, what we think and what we believe about the future is going to implement what our intentions to train, to go for to work, our intentions to learn. They can implicate the preferences to join unions, for example, or to our engagement in work. And also can have the negative impact on, for example, our mental health or well-being or in general social inclusion. If we are talking about this research, we can say that actually with every new wave of technology development, we've got a new wave of research and of conclusions. And actually, if we look at the recent ones and we observe them, we can see that actually here is this research from Osborne and Frey. So what we can see is that actually when we compare it to the other researchers, that we can say the results are changing all the time. And actually after that, we can also conclude that the researchers don't know and can't say us which jobs we are going to keep and which jobs are highly extended to digital technology, exposed to digital technology change. From the recent ones, for example, one of these jobs that are exposed to, for example, ChatGPT and other solutions from this group of generative AI, these are the sociologists. What is the actually common conclusion from these researches is that historically, automation has impacted workers with lower education and lower skills. And the implementation of generative AI reverses this trend. So more educated workers are likely to experience the greatest impact. Here is not my research, but it's from McKinsey. What we can see is actually that we can do already the comparison of the impact of generative AI and technology without generative AI. This without is in black-green. And actually, what we see is that generative AI increases the potential for technical automation, especially in professions that require a higher level of education. Also, if we look at the activity groups, what we see is that generative AI may have a greatest impact on collaboration and the use of expert knowledge and all the activities that previously had a lower potential for automation. Let's look at our beliefs concerning the future, better or not. Actually, that's the research of my team from DLAP. Actually, we asked more than 11,000 people about their expectations and beliefs concerning the future. What do they think? What's going to happen in 10 years? And of course, we wanted to know what they think about the future of technology and its impact on our work, and also about the work itself in 10 years. So we ask about how development of technology it's going to impact the mass unemployment in 10 years? Is it going or not? We asked about the future of automation by asking about the feelings that our respondents had about how technology is going to take their tasks that they are doing at work, and we ask about their beliefs about the job insecurity. So what we see is that actually we can talk about something that we call fear and anxiety concerning our future jobs, our future work. And 1/3 of population, we can say, in Central Europe is thinking that actually the technology is going to negatively impact the future of our work. And actually, that's interesting to see also whether this, what we experience, it's actually already, how do we experience technology change? That's why actually usually to see what is the impact of technology that we've got already, how technology is affecting what we are doing, our task and our jobs, we are looking at something that we call the substitution effect or complementarity. So we've got these 3 groups actually of tasks that we can say that, first of all, the first one, where the technology or AI is replacing human as workers. So this is this substitutability effect. There's the other group where there's no change. So the activities are performed exclusively by human. And the third group, where we talk about the complementarity, where actually humans can complement AI or AI can empower people. So technology enhances human skills, and technology is improving, in this case, our work and efficiency and productivity. And of course, we can all actually experience these changes nowadays. And we can observe how our work is changing through these effects. And of course, if we talk about the substitution effect, it concerns mainly routine tasks, routine manual and cognitive tasks. But also, these are the tasks that are related to data collection, data integration, processing, and analysis too. From the other side, we've got a complementarity where people complete machines, for example, and where AI empower people it means it's strengthening our brain power or our physical potential. And also we've got this second in the middle where we get no change, and usually these are all the tasks that are not routine and that can be both cognitive and manual. So we asked 11,000 people in Central Europe about their experience with technology and how do they see how they are already replaced or not by technology. So as you can see, only 10% is saying that already their tasks are replaced by technology, and almost 40% is saying that technology is complementary to their work. So actually it's very positive, and that's quite interesting to know why we've got this fear. If we actually, usually in most of cases, we don't see any impact of technology on the task that we are doing, or we see this empowerment of technology. If we look on the impact or our beliefs or experience with higher technology, we can see, depending on the level of education, we can see that the higher the level of education is, the more we experience this complementarity. And also, more we earn, the higher we've got incomes, the complementarity also is is more important. And that's vary with the types of professions also. But what is the most important conclusion from that is that actually probably generative AI will automate part of our tasks that we are doing. But it does not mean that it's going to eliminate the entire jobs, positions. But what is crucial is to train, to learn more, to also strengthen our skills, future skills. So actually, there's a lot of reports and a lot of institutions are saying that what we as workers, what we need for our future, for our better future, are the skills of future. And we can actually already see that there are the 4 main groups of the skills. So there are the digital skills, cognitive, interpersonal, and self-management skills. And from what concerning these digital skills is that actually we see that they are in Poland especially relatively low when we compare it to the European Union. And it doesn't matter if it's for blue-collar workers or white-collar workers. Also, what is important is to see how this situation, I mean, how this what we believe and how this what we experience in our work concerning the digital transformation, how it's impacting our beliefs that we need to go for the trainings, we need courses, and in general, 70% of population is declaring that they want to go for trainings. And if we focus on the different groups of these trainings, we see that mainly people want to go for trainings for where they actually that concerns their professional skills. Less we want to, only 25% want to go to the trainings to get better skills in software skills or soft skills. And more we are young, I mean, the young people are the most interested in undergoing trainings. That's good because it's a new generation that it's coming, and or it's already at the market. But what we should also take care is about the Generation X, so baby boomers that are still on the market, and very often they are the leaders. Why it's so important? Because actually in this time of change, we need a new kind of digital leader for better future, for better business. We need a leader who is a visionary one, who sees the goals and values, who knows how to define them, who does not fear but seeks for opportunities. The leader that is proactive and adaptive, that inspires in times of change, that leads and creates the agile teams, autonomous, collaborative, creative, and experimenting teams, that implements new forms of collaboration, of communication, and also who knows how to share knowledge, and leader that motivates us and sets an example, that leader that changes our beliefs and our mindsets. Thank you.
Katarzyna, it was very interesting. Thank you very much for this. And I'm looking forward to next year's CMO Summit edition, because we are preparing something very special, but we won't say yet what. But we are from the same school. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for watching us. And please stay with us, because we have still another very, very interesting presentation to listen to. Thank you. As I mentioned before, and as many of you who have participated in our events before know, we always have an award, Insights from Executive Search. And also today, we will have pleasure to listen to an executive search. Welcome, Małgorzata Cyganowska-Himbaum.
Correct.
Executive search. And you will share with our viewers the key insights from your perspective and the key insights for the top marketing managers, CMOs. So I think everybody is looking very much forward for this part of our
Thank you very much. I look forward to that. In today's world, companies strive to meet the expectations of more diverse and complex needs of customers, which means that marketing has become a very important competitive differentiator in the company's growth. So marketing really has a chance to really influence how the companies develop further, how they create the growth agenda. So we are going to talk about the marketing leadership. What is the complexity of the Chief Marketing Officer role? How can a CMO really impact the business? And let's say it's a marketing with a capital M. So I'm going to share with you my insights from what we have discussed with many candidates that we met during our journey when recruiting top leaders for different companies. For the Chief Marketing Officer role. First of all, I think, and we all believe that currently, the CMO will play a very important role in the revenue generation of the company. So they really need to own the growth agenda. It's about profitable growth of business. Chief Marketing Officers, they are going to become part of the C-suite. That means that they will be working with the P&L agenda, they will be talking finance, they need to take a holistic view on business to understand what is the growth and how the companies can achieve growth through marketing agendas. It's about the language that you need to speak the same with your colleagues, peers, chief financial officers, HR officers, sales officers, and others. You need to communicate from the high-level perspective to understand how the companies can grow and how you can achieve this growth together. Therefore, it's no longer the expert role. It's the business that you need to talk about. As a matter of fact, what we have noticed is that all of the C-suite executives, they typically have an opinion about marketing. But very often, they don't have the expertise in that field. So this is the role about learning what is expected from the C-suite, but also it's about teaching the other colleagues how marketing can really influence the business. And all in all, you need to engage with all key stakeholders. It's important to connect, to relate, to network, to understand each other, speaking the same language, having the same expectations. It's about leadership, it's about inclusion, and I think we all understand and we all agree that leadership is about people. So you need to educate others, you need to motivate them, you need to inspire and empower the teams. It's less about the organization, it's less about the strategy, it's about people. Because when you motivate people to do the job, this is what is expected. Marketing has really a chance to transform business.
It's about creating digital and analytics agendas. It's about advanced analytics. It's about disruptive strategies creation. And all in all, you need to navigate through all the complexity. It's about change management, transformation, so you need to really appreciate what has been achieved, but also create the future of the company. It's related to the talent that you need to attract to the organization, and you need to develop and let them see the future together with your business. Digital is the enabler, but it's still the role about people connection, about networking, about empowering others, about working together. You need to balance between technology, insights, and people. It's about human relations. It's about being really influential on business. The change that is required, it's also about curiosity. Because how can you really learn about new things? You are in the ongoing learning process. It's about curiosity. It's about how you can inspire others to be curious as well, to speak the same language as you do. Chief marketing officers need to be really open-minded, flexible, agile in the way they are interacting with others, in the way they take decisions. It's about collaboration. It's about partnerships. It's about working together. There is much more value in that. And of course, it's diversity topic that we always need to take into consideration. And in that respect, we need to appreciate different backgrounds that we have, different strengths, different cultural backgrounds, our experiences. This is really very powerful. As the world is changing, as there are new challenges, as there are new expectations, there are also opportunities for you to become the Chief Marketing Officer. And there are different ways how you can be really successful in the role. What is a typical way or recommended way is when you really achieve the role, you need to prepare for that. So first of all, start to learn about the strategic agenda of the company. You need to understand what are the key priorities of business. Make your first 100 days plan. This is how you are going to navigate through all the organization. What is next really important? Establish the key relationships with stakeholders. So it's up to you to meet them ideally personally, to talk, to really build relationship, and to get to know each other. This is much better than just based on other tools. Learn what is expected from you and what will be the measure of the success, because you are going to deliver on that. The success has a different meaning in different companies. So learn what is expected from you and create the strategic agenda that you want to implement in the organization. So how can really marketing help the company to move forward, to build sustainable, profitable growth? It's about what you are going to continue in terms of initiatives, what you are going to stop, and what you are going to start as new initiatives. You need to be clear on that. It's about clear communication. It's about engaging stakeholders. It's about getting connected. Last but not least, communication is very important. So you need to listen to feedback. You need to take different views, opinions, feedbacks, but also be authentic in the way you are doing it, in your communication, because people will follow you as leaders. What is the profile of a successful Chief Marketing Officer? We have different skills that I have already tried to walk you through, and competences and qualities. I would also see it as a helicopter view and strategic thinking capabilities. So all in all, if you collaborate, if you communicate, if you drive and lead growth agenda, if you excel in technologies, if you are enabling the digital technologies to help you scale the business, if you have a test and learn mindset, if you are open-minded, if you are agile, if you have an explorer mindset, if you test and learn different aspects, you also educate, you inspire others, you help your team to get better every day. It's about inspiring others. It's about helping them to achieve their goals rather than just giving directions. A successful CMO is a professional who will be very highly focused on strategic thinking and thinking about the organization as the whole, being the colleague of the other C-suite members. Overall, we may say there has never been a better time to be a CMO. From that role, because you will have an impact on the organization, your knowledge and skills will be highly appreciated. You may become the CEO of the company in future. This is the evolving market. This is the future of the role. Yet we may also mention that the role is still evolving. So actually we are also talking about the next level roles such as chief revenue officers or chief growth officers. And this is a transition from the traditional marketing to much more modern marketing, where you take into consideration online but also offline marketing, and you move into the modern way of doing things, where you can really have an impact on revenue, when you can really have growth influence. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your attention. So this is it. Dear participants, thank you very much for joining us today. I hope this day was very interesting and insightful for you. Please do not hesitate to give me feedback. You can find my address on the platform. You can find me on LinkedIn. Please give the feedback, because it's important to us to prepare the events the way that they will be top-notch, especially for you, our viewers. I hope to see you very soon at one of our events that we prepare and organize for marketing industry. I encourage every CMO, every top marketing manager to take part in our CMO Awards contest. We start the contest after New Year's Eve. Obviously, I invite you to put in your calendars that we see each other live during CMO Summit in May, at the end of May. We will give you the exact date. And well, thank you very much. Thank you to our partners, Aleph, Polish Federation of Advertisers, Polish Film Producers Association, Allegro Brand Experience Agency, who have helped us to develop and organize this whole event, and Stream Space Studio, who hosted us here today and who helped us to make it so beautifully. Thank you very much, and see you next time.